and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, a flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in the few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. You step in a room like this, we breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights I counted, it all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate, hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope is no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Woo. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. Yeah. Look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Man, I don't play. I'm on the way. Beast more King Kong coming today. Obstacles try delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on a wave from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. My wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
VCT EMEA 2025.
Hello and welcome to VCT EMEA Ascension. 10 worthy challenges of vying for that one coveted spot to join the greats of VCT EMEA in 2025. I'm Zoe, and joining me today are no other than Naor Mizuki and Pilski. Guys, how are we doing? What a competitive Ascension it's been thus far.
Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. We've had some crazy games so far, some really, really close games, some kind of clashes of styles that you see from this kind of inter-regional play. And we've got some exciting prospects in terms of storylines today as well. Could be make or break for some of these teams.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this is all going to end itself out. Obviously, we're like kind of at the halfway point, slightly, beyond it. We've had some really great matches. Some, you could definitely argue there've been some upsets, some big surprises, some teams that people weren't really expecting to do well. Thinking of teams like Pacific, the Ultimates, that really put up some strong fights. And yeah, we're just around the corner from knowing who's going to go up to playoffs.
That's right, it's penultimate day and no teams are out just yet. GoNext, however, will lock it with a win today to advance to the playoffs, and Desire, Barca, Saw and the Ultimates, they will be eliminated with a loss today or tomorrow. Same, of course, with our Job Life and Pacific game. The winner will be locking their spot. So let's take a look at that schedule to see what's coming your way. We got some bangers, some absolute bangers. Not just on our stream, of course. We also have the Omega stream happening at the same time. Over there, it's all a battle to avoid elimination. For us, we're keeping it positive. It's the battle playoffs, guys.
Yeah, it's so exciting, right? Like so many of these teams, their whole year has kind of been leading to this. So to be able to see them actually like lock a spot into playoffs is going to be exciting. Maybe you're going to avoid some of the tears on the Omega stream, but if you enjoy that kind of thing, then I'm sure you'll head over there as well.
Damn, Bilski. And I mean, to be fair, it is positivity. Whoever wins today on our stream will lock themselves in. But it's not all doom and gloom, of course, for the losers. They do still have an opportunity. I know that in Group A, there's a lot of potential for like ties and tiebreakers further down the line. And I think we'll have something similar in Group B, depending on how today's matches go. But there is still a second chance, kind of last chance saloon for them.
I do love it. I love that it all comes down to the wire. Up until the very last day of groups, these teams are duking it out. Now, before these high-stakes games will take place, let's play a very low-stake game here at the desk. Sam, Pilski, one of the best things about Ascension is, of course, to learn more about, all those new players, the up-and-comers. So let's see if you guys can guess the players based on hints that I will be giving you. Everyone at home, of course, feel free to play along. It's going to be very simple. You will get 3 hints, and then you have to use them to boil it down to just one player. So let's see if we can guess the player. Here's the board of the potential players I am talking about. 25 players on the board. And I'll start with our first player. The first hint for our first player is that they have played in Challengers France this year.
Jesse?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, did I have to wait for all 3 hints? I don't know how this works.
I don't think so. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are actually, but I mean you just guessed it right, so you're winning. All the best for the lady. It's Jesse.
You know what? That's so rigged. That's honestly so rigged. Like there's no way that you got 1 out of 25 and just like lucked out like that. I'm calling that's rigged, like legit.
She shot her shot and it was right.
Sore loser.
You're spoken like a real loser, Pilski. That's what I'm hearing. Okay, well, okay, you can come back here. Apparently, you guys are playing against each other. That's a thing now. Player 2. Okay. The first hint for them is that they are a 3-time VCL champion.
Ooh.
Okay, you want another hint?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They're very versatile. They can play duelist, smoker, initiator, you name it. I can see the gears turning.
There's someone that I'm looking at just because I recognize the name, but it's the one VCL 3 times that's kind of throwing me.
You can whisper it. I won't let it count. No one will know. Okay, this one will give it away. Third and final hint. Okay. They came 4th in Ascension 2023.
4th in Ascension. I mean, that's gotta be Addicted, right?
Wrong.
Is it not? Because he was on Saw. Okay.
Yeah, I'm also thinking Saw, but I'm wondering.
And then, so is it Davy?
So who else?
Is it Jesse? Oh, okay.
It's Davy.
Okay, it's Davy.
You know what? I love what you did there, Tam. Keep on at it.
You know what?
That's the
It worked
spirit.
once.
Yes, it is of course Davi. He also played
Okay.
for Saw. That is the second player we were looking for. You got it on the second guess. I guess that's still a a point on the board.
Not
Probably.
as good as Sam, but I'm trying.
Yeah, keep
I
it
mean,
up.
I didn't even
Effort.
get that one, so
Effort.
take those.
All right, last one. I guess that's the tiebreaker here. We're starting this one with. They started their professional career in 2021. Okay.
Zeke? Question mark?
I mean, yes. Answer! Exclamation point. There we go.
Oh,
You're nailing
damn.
this game, Sam. Damn.
I'm so good at this game.
It's like it turns out she's just too good. How do you feel after this beatdown? Because he's just like, this is rigged.
I literally did not even have a
actually-
chance to get a word in. Like, it's literally like the equivalent of playing ranked, peaking and getting one tapped and just being like, all right, okay, all good.
Yeah.
You just got Ferrari swung.
Sam is just
Honestly,
too sharp,
man.
I guess. Yeah.
She's just too good. She was out there swinging. Well, Pilsky, better luck next time. I hope you at home enjoyed guessing along us. I'm pretty sure you were also not as fast as Sam, just dragging them all for absolutely no reason. That was our low stake game, though. Let's let's head on over to the real stakes, to the real games, to the real pros. This was our desk warm up to get a little more wrinkly brains fired up. Let's talk about the match of the day, the first match of the day, rather. It's going to be Pacific and Job Life. As I said already, the winner will be moving on to the playoffs. They will lock their spot. Now, Pacific, they're currently sitting at 2-0, so it's looking to become the third team in VCT EMEA. That's a very exciting prospect. I mean, Turkish AIM, can't ever underestimate that. And they're one of the younger teams in this competition, Pilsky.
They are, yeah. It's a pretty fascinating story. You know, they qualify through Premier, and then they go into like their group stage of Challengers Turkey, and they lose a couple of series. And you're thinking like, look, I know these teams that kind of qualify through Premier or come through like the Tier 2 competition in a region. They're not going to win the whole thing. Well, they go into playoffs and they absolutely blitz the playoffs. And since then, they've just continued to go from strength to strength and just continue on this upward momentum. And yeah, as you can see from the lower third there, Pacific has not lost a series since they, went into the playoffs. So they're just continuing to roll through. And if they win today against Job Life, they're straight through in towards the playoffs of Ascension.
And I mean, our first kind of little bit of highlight there was of their game versus the Ultimates, which was a very one-sided smackdown. It was a bit like Pilsky and I in that game, right? You know, there was one person who was just absolutely dominating, and then there was another team who was doing their best and just couldn't quite make it. Similar thing here. But in their previous matchup, a far closer affair. They do still manage to like scrape through, get that 2-0, but not quite as one-sided as we'd seen previously.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean,
of course,
looking at this graphic, you can see Comeback, you know, he's got insane stats. He's like some of the highest kills around. He's the highest kills around in the competition, high first blood percentages, high damage around an ACS. It's like first in all of those stats that are associated with, you know, your traditional duelist fragging roles. Lotus also got very good stats in those regards. But what I will say as well is clutch percentage, you know, on all of these players like Loiter, Larocque, Rose all have very, very good clutch percentages. So something to keep an eye out on Pacific's side of things heading into this matchup is just Comeback opening up rounds, getting a lot of high impact frags, and then Loiter, Larocque or Rose closing out those rounds and clutching up for the team. And maybe that's why Pacific has been so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Sam, you were gushing all over Comeback. What a performance that was. Starting on day one already, absolute sharpshooter on that Neon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's called Comeback. There is no comeback. It's just been a rise to stardom from start to finish, has just been complete blowout performances, right? Absolutely amazingly impressive. And the fact that he's doing it on two different agents, one of the things that we're going to talk about in a moment is flexibility. And sure, flexibility is important, but Turkish Jet, right? Like, why move away from a formula that works so consistently? Just sprinkle in a little bit of Neon, because that's fun and exciting. But the real bread and butter is just how dominant he's looked on this Jet from start to finish.
Absolutely. The young guns showing up, making a name for themselves already here in the group stage. But of course, on the other side, flexibility is key for that JL roster. Yas and Magic, they had some big moments. But all eyes have to be on Kamek for this one.
Yeah, Kamek obviously coming in from being Fnatic's sub. These are his breach stats. You can see great average assists. He's got above average kind of fragging output on this breach role, so can play that supportive role, but also have a better output that some other people might have on a supportive role like the breach. But then if you look and we swap over to his Reyna stats, this is a player that can flex into that second duelist and can actually have a crazy fragging output, and that can really kind of change up the style of your team. Like, you know, you go from being a bit more of a structured team where you're relying on utility to being a very aggressive team. You can get in the face of your opponent, maybe bring a bit more of that kind of Pacific play style against Pacific, perhaps.
Yeah, what's great to have... Sorry.
No, please.
What's great about having somebody that can do that is, of course, it does open those extra avenues for you. But I counter, you look at a player like Yas, who plays 5 different duelists, but he's been less than stellar. Look, he's performed. His team's doing well. I can't take that away from him at all. But when you compare to the rest of the duelists in the tournament, and of course, we're going to look at Comeback because he's the duelist playing up against him today, it just doesn't compare. You've got Comeback, who's very specialized on a couple of agents, and Yas is trying to play some different agents, but not quite getting the same results, the same impact. And, well, is it really worth it to then want to spread yourself so thin?
Yeah, I mean, that's a clear case of jack of all trades, maybe master of none, but he is able to fill those gaps for the team and allowing for different looks to maybe throw something at the opponent that they don't quite expect. Based on the performance we've seen from both of these teams thus far in the group stage, do you feel like there is a clear favorite for this one, starting with you, Pelski?
I'm going to say no. I'm maybe leaning a tiny bit more towards Pacific, but maybe that's just because I'm biased. I've seen them completely run over some teams who have gone and looked a little bit better in the competition. Is that because they're insane? Or is that because maybe the Ultimates had a pretty terrible day one and are actually a lot better than that? I guess we'll find out.
What about you, Sam?
I love a little bit of contention, so I'm going to say forget the stats. Forget all the things that I said, that maybe it's not the best thing in the world. Job life, you know what they've got? They've got tenacity. They've got the ability to bounce back even when they're on the back foot. So you know what? I'm going to give this one to Job life. I think they're taking the win.
Right on. Okay, so Sam, who's your player to watch out for in Job life then?
Oh, I mean, we spoke about him already, right? But it's got to be Kamek. Just consistently good stats, consistently performing incredibly well. The ability to have that kind of flex position and still get the desired results. I know it's a little bit, because we already spoke about him, but hey, why mess with the winning formula?
That's right. What about you, Pelski? Who you set your eyes on for this one?
I'll give it to Comeback. The best stats on any duelist role for the entire competition. The best fragging stats. So yeah, I'm keen to see how this one goes.
Yeah, we're here on the map video now. Of course, we expected that Abyss ban from JL. We've yet to actually see them on this map, whereas Pacific, they've had quite some success on it already, actually.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing really, really well. 4-0 on it, so Job Life don't want to go anywhere near that. They haven't played it, as you mentioned. Pacific banning out Bind. It's a map that they've really struggled on over in the Turkish scene, and Job Life's going to go straight for Ascent here, Sam.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I mean, they've been picking into Bind and Haven somewhat interchangeably. So pulling out the Ascent pick here, I'm really for it. It definitely can throw a bit of a spanner in the works. Maybe it's unsuspected or unexpected rather. And they do have a 100% win rate on it at the moment. So you know what? If not, why not? And then we've got Pacific rolling through with the Lotus. That has been their pick somewhat. They were banning it in VCL. So I was wondering if there was kind of like a hiding strats thing going on, because they really seem to like Lotus at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about Lotus is, like, it did backfire that they picked it against Mouse, and it's something that they didn't pick at all. They used to ban it in the Turkish scene, and we learned that since their coach came in, it's a map that they adopted. It was crazy when they 13-1 the Ultimates on a map they hadn't played coming into Ascension, but you can see kind of the inconsistency map to map from their loss against Mouse. Regardless, though, Job Life, it's a bit of a shakier map for them, so maybe Pacific's feeling a little bit more confident in that pick this time.
Oh, and there's that Haven that I thought that was going to get picked into. You know what? If you know that your opponent's comfortable on it, let it float, let it ride, and it'll wind its way into the veto at the end of the day. So, interesting veto. I look forward to seeing how it pans out.
Do you feel like there's a clear, like a team which gets a clear advantage out of this map pick?
I don't think so. The thing is, I actually really think this is going to be a 2-1. I think that both of these teams have looked up and down on the map that's been picked against them. Whereas Haven, they both have 100% win rate. I think that would be a fantastic even ground for them to go head-to-head on in the decider map. So I'd love to see this one go all three, just because these are some of the better teams that we're going to be seeing in the competition and in the group stage, and we deserve 3 maps, damn it.
We do indeed.
Yeah,
I mean, that's been the script, right? 3 map bangers, everything going into OT.
Yeah, you know, so there's a little bit of a wager going between the Alpha and Omega stream to see, you know, which one can have the most banger games. And of course, the Alpha stream has been winning. We've had the most banger games with so many overtimes, so many extra maps, and we absolutely live for it. And I 100% agree with Pilsky. I think we're going to have that 3 mapper here. I think we're going to see this go the absolute distance. But I also believe that while you can also win in the map veto, you could also win in agent select. So I look forward to seeing what the agents are going to be. And, well, it's like production read my mind.
Oh my god.
All right, I mean, okay, Joblife coming in with their standard,
what?
but Pacific mixing it up. They read Benny's script. I don't know what's going on. Phoenix is thrown into the mix. Both of them played basically Joblife's comp heading into the Ascension tournament on this map. But what are we taking away from that Phoenix pick?
That is running it down to me. I'm keen to see it. You know what? Pacific's looked up and down on this map. In, you know, the Turkish league, they've lost a couple of games on it, so I'm keen to see them mix it up. KO subbed out for Phoenix is not a huge change. And look, Joblife has not played this map in a little while. It's been 2 months since I had an official on Ascent.
That's right. Well, one team will emerge undefeated, untouched in their group and qualify for playoffs. Let's find out who that will be and send it over to our casters, my very favorite Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and the analyst desk. Yes, we're already into the action here, because we've already seen the attack side look for some B main control. Joblife mounting up their attack side on Ascent, and you can see they've sustained a couple of losses. 10 HP left on Kamek as well. It's not an ideal start, and they're going to reset, looking to get this spike perhaps into A. They could always double back.
Yeah, an abrupt start to this one. A battle in the early stages of the round, and looking to see, again, that slight change from Pacific bringing in that Phoenix. A slightly more explosive look, but not a like-for-like change, but I understand that the switch-up is something possible. A match that, of course, will send one of these teams straight through into the playoffs. The other still having to fight through, and with potential to not even make it there if they're unable to win their final game. Loiter, well, I was going to say under pressure, but it doesn't even matter. Larocque was just ready and waiting. That Phoenix already thriving and already halfway to an ult.
Well, for Pacific, a very good start indeed. Larocque's Phoenix, as you said, close to the ultimate in the first round. Second, there'll be a chance to farm that up a little bit further. Well, we saw those shock darts do quite a bit of damage. What I'm excited for is this man you see tucked in the corner getting the assists. It's Loida. Loida was playing a fantastic game yesterday. Obviously, comeback was as well. I feel like it's expected, though, looking at most of the teams here in Ascension. Your duelists are pretty damn good. Comeback had some fantastic games. Loida stepped it up as well when Pacific needed him most. And I think you got a really, really strong squad here on the defensive side and a big task for Joblife. Tom, you were on the other stream yesterday. I believe you covered their game, right? Up against the Ultimates?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was a very close affair.
Yeah, it was a little bit shakier than I was expecting. I think especially with the way that the Ultimates were able to win like low buy rounds and clutch rounds, I think that's something that they will have looked back on. And I think in the interview as well, it was clear that I don't think Joblife were as happy as they could have been. Obviously knowing that they were up against good opposition, but having expectations to keep things a little cleaner. We'll see if that'll be the case today. Obviously, I think Pacific have not only made a name for themselves in Turkey with their rise through the system, obviously coming from below and making their way all the way through the league. Now the question will be is, can they make it to Ascension as well? And they've done, what I would say, at least a solid 70% of the work.
30 seconds left.
It's just whether or not they can get another win onto the table, and they're starting this one off strong.
Spike down B.
Yeah, just the one player lost so far. Loida on the way over, pistol in hand. Spike dropped in the alleyway. Easy enough to hold on to, although they've lost another, and it could have gotten costly from that point. Loida emerging. I wonder if he's going to be able to get a weapon. CP'd across, and yes, the hood's a little slow sometimes when they're dropping weapons just at the last second. It looks like he did just about manage to acquire something, so not that much of a loss still.
Left. One enemy remaining.
Oh. A little bit of extra damage, but not too much to write home about. Still going to have themselves a few rifles in this one to try and do damage in this round. Job Life, we're expecting this will be where they sort of get themselves onto the board. Although already, Loiter with a very aggressive stance. 3 players ready and waiting, no middle control for the defense, and they're about to be pressured very early on.
Oh yeah, straight up in their face. It's comeback finding the opening. Although Kamek is still holding on to the backside control, and a Nano picks up a kill. Okay, well, it looks like there's a lot of sway towards the Job Life side. A 3 versus 2. Ultimate still for Kamek as well to deny some of that utility. The drone for Rose. I don't know what the knife refresh is going to be for Kamek, but could even cancel that out. Salasun's got to try to find some space. Drone gets nothing, but Salasun does. Straight onto Mike. Nice opening, but Kamek's found the head. And now 30 HP on the other, but it's Kamek he has to get through, and he will not make any ground. Rose shut down for the first for Job Life.
Yeah, it's still a costly round. So again, sort of, I don't think both teams will be particularly unhappy with that. I think Job Life may be wanting to do a little bit more, but obviously with the pace that they hit into this site, it definitely looked like it could have gone wrong. There were moments for Larocque especially, and Jellison as well. But for now, it's going to be Kamek with the cleanup. Ultimate already online, but this is going to be the response. Come back straight away onto that operator. I'm liking the fact that Loiter as well, within 3 rounds, has got 7 assists. I know a lot of those were based off smokes, but it's still pretty impressive to have that so early on in the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't benefit him too much with the economy. And again, we're going to fall back into this more defensive setup. Now, you have to bear in mind, this is the choice of Job Life, and although the record for Pacific is it's not the greatest, it's okay, you have to remember the region they're from. Ascent has been known as a Turkish match within EMEA for an incredibly long time, dating back to many a team that you will and will not have heard of. Maybe go back to the old BBL, the more recent BBL, the current BBL, any version of Foot. They were always very good on this, so I would say they still have to be careful. It's a popular map there. And for Loiter, again, under pressure, tagged up, they have the info.
Oof. Well, an immediate pick. It's Loiter to find it, and another before going down. The Kamek doubling up has given a lot of ground to Job Life. A plant should be secured. Almost no way to deny it, although I see Pacific with a very aggressive stance. Rose up at the door, 2 players in heaven, ready to strike. Door open though, and the flash is good, but they've cleared it, not realizing he's up close. Luckily, Robbie's still around, able to find that one, and the flash backfiring a little bit. Kamek able to take down Larocque, and it seems like they're just running to save this operator on the other side of the map. Comeback's out of here, but Robbie is going to round that corner just in time to get a shot to the face.
Yeah, good resurgence in the round. I think it was an impressive start from Loiter. And again, I feel like that's also a running theme, like of just solid controller, or more specifically Omen players for these Turkish rosters. But the start hasn't mattered. Even the orbs that were brought up by Jellison as well. It's not going to be enough. Really do too much. Now, the operator being saved is at least something a little bit extra. But we'll have to wait and see if they can do anything with it going into this next round, because I imagine the rest of them are just going to be on pistols.
Oh, there's a little bit more of an investment.
We can keep them out.
Run it back online for Larocque, and I wonder I doubt we're going to see it this round. It would be strange. He has the rifle, and I guess it would give him that second lease at life in terms of taking fights. Get 3 duels, the operator and 2 shots at the Guardian. Maybe they can level the playing field. They need info first. No one in B main. No one spotted on mid, just smoked off. Presence on the A side as well. There's really not much for Pacific to go off here.
See.
Here.
Jazz just attempting to find this opener and gonna get given it. Larock has to go probing, and this is sort of the loss of the KO. You still get the flashes, you still get the flare, but you don't get the knife. And I think that's a huge piece of kit that's just lost as recurring information on this defensive side of Ascent. I'm sure on the attack it will allow them to be a little bit more explosive. But for now, it definitely makes things a bit more problematic. Dry peaks like that are going to be more wary. Now, getting out of here for comeback, not going to be the easiest. Does have the dash. First kill goes away. And looks like he will be able to escape. The dart is fantastic as well. Not only finding the majority of the information, but also slows them down. 22 seconds now for the side of JL to make their move. And they're going to try and run back. This is bold. With 15 seconds now, they have to pretty much sprint all the way. The defense is being held. It's being watched. Mikey trying to do everything. There's still a player on the site. Loiter, Paranoia, doesn't quite connect onto the first player, but they need to get in and try and get that plant. And I don't know if they've got it. It's going to be incredibly close. Just about, it seems. Enough done. But Rose found another kill, bringing things back into a 2v2. Magic incredibly low. And both players somewhat isolated. A drop down here not going to be easy. And bear in mind, Mitch, both have snipers.
Yeah, not ideal for making this work. Kamek as well, still 150 HP, so Outlaw is going to have a tougher time taking him down. Utility to clear out down below, and the sneak out from Kamek grabs the first. That's the op down. Big disadvantage for Rose, and Magic's perfectly placed one-way smoke is going to net a kill for Job Life and another round under their belt. Now the lead is in their hand. Nicely done here on the attack side. I like the patience to start out this round. They know that they're up against a lot, that there's an operator saved over, that there's probably going to be a couple little pieces of investment. And in those rounds, it's so common for teams to group up, 3 or 4 man push a side of the map. They just don't want to feed into that. Instead, just playing slow defaults further back, letting them walk straight into them. It was what Larock going for the opening duel as well. That was one of the rifles down.
Cover going out.
And not the start they were looking for. Still had moments in that round, but then you have to look at the fact that they end up trading out ultimates to make that one close. Larock looking to try and take that early fight. Has the ultimate, by the way. Deciding not to use it. Could have continued to push, but I guess the information of how many players were there was not quite enough to gamble it just yet. Jellison being close as well to having the lockdown available, so maybe getting a pick and playing a retake would be more ideal. Even still though, Job Life, this is a great opportunity to get off to a flying start on that attack. They've got themselves Hunter's Fury. They're also one away from having a lockdown. Paranoia is going to be everything. Loiter needs to try and get out. Still takes a kill. I'll be honest, that was more than I expect him to get. And again, that time is starting to tick. Job Life haven't really cleared a lot of ground. A lot of the time, you want to take this position very early on. Instead, they're going back to middle with just 35 seconds left.
They've really ran the clock down. Options going to be limited as far as going back. It's full commitment time. Larock not in a position to use the ult either. It is a peculiar round considering that's online. 6 orbs. You're going to want to farm it quite a bit, but Larock's just holding his ground, and here comes the push. The information that the play is happening now. Coming in a little too late. He's stuck in the corner, but comeback, taking them down from the side, and look at the flank up from Rose. The Odin, good for one eventually. Deep. Okay, the plant actually getting it all the way now, because look how far away Jellison is. Kamek's going to be able to sneak away to short too. 36 HP, and the timing almost perfect. At least seeing Jellison dropping down. And now just biding his time. No flashes, no nade. And with 36 HP, this fight is dangerous. He wants to use the clock to his advantage. Force Jellison into tapping that spike. I like it. The door closed, used to confirm he's still up close. And force the fight that Kamek wins. 4 kills for this man in the round. And 4 for his squad now on the attack. Job Life looking good.
Oh, Job Life, but more individually Kamek. Kamek has been insane so far in this first 6 rounds. He basically single-handedly wins them this. Look, at one point he's planting, has to let go of planting, has to let go a second time, gets another kill, and then plays the time to perfection. Even knows he's being baited out by shooting the door. He's 15-2. We've not even played, we've just played a 6th round and he's 15-2. This is some of the most insane individual prowess. We talked about the individuals on the other side. We hyped up Comeback, Loiter as well, been fantastic. These youngsters, a couple of 16-year-olds in the team, even the majority below the age of 20. But right now, Kamek, the guy who stood in for Fnatic, maybe a little bit of the magic has rubbed off on them, because so far, nobody can even get close to where he's been. Pacific are going to take a pause. Now, I will say, if he keeps this up, it will be the greatest performance we've ever seen in Valorant history. Just off the raw numbers, it's not possible, I don't think, to do any better than this. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think even for Job Life, they're probably going to want to try and rectify a few things, because a lot of these rounds have been dangerously close.
Yeah, there's always the two sides to the coin, right? On the one hand, you're losing the round to an individual who's popping off, and sometimes there's nothing you can do about that. But at the same time, if it's happening this many times, this needs to be looked into. Pacific, they can't be happy with where they're at right now. We've seen early round, last round aggression out of Larocque with ult in the back pocket, then reposition into the open. This round, much more passive. It seems like we could get to see Larocque use that a little bit more reactively. And they're waiting for Job Life to take a hit. It looks like the B site is where they're gravitating towards. It's where drone's going to be used for now, at least.
Take flight.
They may have 2 Larocques to deal with.
Again, Job Life happy to
Revealing area.
run this clock down. Hunting for information. It really has been a stack up of ults. The fact that we haven't seen much used throughout this map so far, and anything we have seen used hasn't been to a massive amount of success.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. You can only assume that one of these lockdowns at least is going to be into play, because this is such a late take. Utility's going to be removed. That's something at least. But again, it's coming down to the wire. 2 players within this site already. For Pacific, Larocque lands that first shot. Spike still in hand, but it's falling apart. They really are running out of time. That plant needs to be stuck. The spam not quite landed, but Larocque's landing everything else. And even though they eventually get that spike down, it felt rushed. It felt dangerous. And Pacific, well, they make that one look fairly easy.
Yeah, they don't all crumble to one man, and that's always a good sign. And defensive side, 1 player falling as well. It's Rose, initial contact, I think, is darts as well. Getting in the head of Job Life a little bit. You might start seeing them bait those out early on, try to feel the timing of the rounds. Because like you're saying, it does feel like they're rushed into some of these decisions at the last second. We've seen it a number of times. Even that 4K from Kamek was, what, 17 seconds left when they executed onto the site? And if 1 player, someone like Rose, is able to put up this much resistance, that kind of screws up your whole game plan. You have a player stuck planting the spike when the site isn't even clear. Gotta see that refined. I think it's the early round approach that needs to change here for the attackers. A bit of mid control seems to be what they're looking for. See some darts go out. It's all a lot of players in market, but they're taking this one very slow.
The attack. Not fighting just yet, trying to deny control. I think facing into comeback's always a risk. A very confident duelist. An individual that has already been making a name for himself. I'm sure will do. With Turkish duelists being one of the hottest commodities in all of Valorant. Definitely not shying away from a battle with Timmy the Turret, but eventually that position will be claimed. Looking like Job Life are going to attempt a split towards this A site. Again, plenty of ultimates still to be had. Larocque's run it back is in position, and immediately we're going to see that Hunter's Fury used. An attempt to try and disrupt, and by the looks of it, it's doing the job.
fearless Larocque running forward with that ult activated. Jealous Sun in the corner. He's being spotted now, surely dealt with, and Larocque falls too quickly. This site is overwhelmed. And Job Life have taken control, not looking to ease up just yet, though. That Blade Storm, ever aggressive, but the shots don't land. Comeback is given a second lease of life, and that could be what ends up ripping this round out of Job Life's hands. It would have been Rose all alone. 2 players down below. The op still in play. Not ideal for this kind of a fight. And oh, well, maybe it is. Kamek's down off rip, and it's a 50 HP Jet left. Dash used to close the distance on the box, but Rose was wide and ready. 4-4. Pacific have tied it up.
There's so many positions in this round where I look at Comeback and go, he should be dead, and he definitely shouldn't be landing the shots. Like, the one on a player, I think on site, he swings all the way out, and I'm just waiting for him to die. I'm waiting for the Blade Storm to kill him. But it never happens. He's just able to get one, and then even helps close out the round. And as you said, like, in those retake scenarios, he should be almost useless. It should come down to Rose having to bait players' angles, working out the positions of where they are, and maybe forcing them to fight Comeback. But, well, the man has no fear. There's no doubt about that. The early round streak of 4 has quickly come to an end, and so has the booming economy of Job Life. They should have enough for this round, although even with the pieces they currently have on the board, potential seems to be a little bit less than ideal. And that's now back-to-back rounds. I was saying that a lot of ultimates weren't used in the early, like, sort of 4 rounds. Well, the last round, they used themselves a null command to little to no effect. The round just gone, they used Blade Storm and a Hunter's Fury and still didn't win the round. So right now, those Job Life ultimates have almost all been utilized, and they've got nothing for it. And for the defensive side, hey, that's fantastic. You now have your Hunter's Fury back online. You now have your lockdown as a counter to the opposing one. So yeah, they're halfway towards another Blade Storm, because you know what? Comeback's been hitting his shots.
Well, same story yesterday. It really was. There's always someone else alongside him. Like I said, Lotus was the big player in their series, but we saw flashes from absolutely everyone. It was a really, really nice showing from Pacific yesterday. But Comeback, consistent. Map in, map out. He's going to have a challenge towards the A site, but the first man challenged is Lotus. Smokes down, Paranoia used, Comeback, and really not ideal getting the picks in that scenario, but Rose is having a little bit of an easier time opening a window for Comeback. Shot up top, and well, it seems like Job Life with a bit of pressure on them as they get the plant on A with a man disadvantage.
Lockdown going to be used to almost just buy them an extra bit of space. I think they need it. Get them into a post-plant scenario.
Spike planted.
Now, obviously, you'd expect the same is going to happen, but they're fighting for that short control. I like this. A mid-round adaptation. Where do you expect that lockdown to be put into play? Well, it's actually right where Lotus is standing, but they haven't done that. Instead, they put it up top. It will force them out of the site. Now, they're going to have a safe haven just behind, so they can spam a little bit like that. It doesn't allow you for that half to come in. Instead, though, Lotus sticking it the whole way. In fact, they're just sticking it all the way through. They even had a couple of body blocks. They had Larocque to face first, then a second player to sit in front of that spike. I believe that was Loiter. And then they just diffused it the whole way. I like the team synergy, but I won't lie. I didn't expect that to work.
No, nor did I. From the get-go, when they use that ult up top, yes, it's a great adaptation because they don't have short control. You're worried that those players are going to come up garden, and obviously the lockdown has kept you out of there. So they could have, as they did, filter the Killjoy all the way around up short and have a heavy stack there ready to fight. That could have been a disaster if they decided on Pacific to put the ult into play there. They put it further back, and exactly like you said, it gives that gap where Job Life are still able to fight for the control. They're able to deny you the defuse from behind that smoke. From that point, I would say the vast majority of rounds I've seen that play out like that, with players in main spamming in limited time, it goes the way of the players in main. But Pacific, they fight their way back into that one, tooth and nail. Now 5-4, the lead in their pocket. And not a lot left in Job Life's pocket. They've saved over their credits for the next round, but in terms of investment here, it is leaving them wanting for sure.
Yeah, we're starting to witness what happens when Kamek isn't getting 15 kills in 6 rounds. As I said, it's impossible to keep that sort of momentum up. They've done well there, though. Not only is that a pick, but that's an extra rifle into Robbie's hands, the IGL. I don't know. There may be a part of him that wants to try and give that over to Kamek, a healthier player, and also the person who's been doing a lot, and the fact that he might be about to die. No, never mind. I was looking at where Robbie was. Comeback, he's already seen the future. He's killed off Jazz.
30 seconds left.
Did he just land a shot? Well, he's landed that one, I'll tell you that. Robbie out of the round, and another push up from the operator down to the pistols. It's a messy fight. A comeback comes out on top. That is 5 HP to get him that 3K. And Pacific, well, we talked about comeback popping off. He was, I think he was 12 and 5 in both of the last maps that they played yesterday. Starting it out, like at some point I glanced down, saw 12 and 5, 12 and 7 here. So all in all,
I love the fact that there have already been about 6 occasions in this round where I'm like, well, he dies here, and I'm wrong. Like
Every
the fact
time.
that with one bullet he goes, I'm gonna push that smoke. I'm gonna push that. I'm gonna go up close. Misses and then survives with the classic instead. 6 and 4. He's gone straight through. Jazz has got to be fuming. Like, he has genuinely got to be infuriated. The way that he's died the last 2 rounds have been straight BS. There is a dart on his head, and he's still fighting. This is a messy round. It's gone incredibly messy, in fact. It's left on to Loiter on the site. Jellison's there alongside him. Timing couldn't be worse for Robbie, and it's going to happen again. But it's a whiff. Jellison doesn't land the shots. And now they know where the last man is. Well, they should. He killed one of them a moment ago, and for once, Job Life are not sat in a position where they only have 5 seconds to plant. They can go all the way across the other side of the map.
that is a disastrous whiff. Yeah, Magic staying alive, tucked in as well on B, knowing this player's nowhere nearby. It's going to be a free shot to the back of Void, as Kamek was just having the time of his life on A. Planting for free, waltzing around, just taking in the sights. 6-5 Pacific. May just be neck and neck at the half after some serious heroics from comeback. I'll say this, the Rock hits that flash, blinds a lot of them. I go out, see 3 players on a screen, and somehow they turn that into 3 kills for Job Life. I don't know how that happened.
Oh, 6-5. After a long streak for the defense, it's a change and another change of pace. I like the fact that Job Life are now looking to try and put the pressure on a little bit more. They'll be met with Rose. It's only going to be the one. Jellison still has to be dealt with. Through the smoke, there's a player coming, and more Jazz this time's not going to go down in a straight BS way. In fact, has won the fight again, and in fact continues. Takes down comeback. None to be had in this round, but Loiter's on the flank, pushing them back. Lorok's still healthy, obviously used the ult, died in that spot, and instead they're going to use an ult of their own to try and kill off another. It's left on to just one. Loiter versus 2. Knows roughly where the players are, but the peak isn't going to be expected. It's a half that ends even, and one that has been as chaotic as ever.
Switching sides.
Well, hard to separate these 2 teams in the first half. It's a good job we've got a second. And hey, listen, if you've been watching the stream, you know there's a couple OTs chalked and ready to go. For now, though, we're going to take a little break. We're going to toss this one over to it, and we'll be back with the second half in just a little bit.
Spike planted.
Welcome back, folks. Half number 2 about to kick off here. Pacific versus Job Life. It was neck and neck when we left, and now we're back, Tom. Guess what the score is?
Oh, I failed at this yesterday. I'm gonna go 8-3.
Ooh, you've gone for an interesting number there, Tom. It doesn't total 12, so that's really a left field pick. And I have to tell you,
Wasn't
you're
very good
right.
at math.
We've decided to give 8 rounds to Pacific based on votes in the
Hey, it
Twitch
wouldn't be
chat.
the first game. You know, I started a cast where a team already had rounds on the board.
That's true. I wasn't there for some reason, but I enjoyed watching from my hotel room with my throat
Shout out
infection.
Vivo Keyed.
The boys, we love Cypher cams. Well, Pacific are on their way to the A site by the looks of things. It will be a slow push, though. Spike still towards the spawn, but Job Life have made the read that it's the other side of the map.
Our reliance on Mikey to try and get things done. There is a drone. And there we go. Okay. People are dying. A 3 versus 3. Magic trying to get back into the site. Player below that they have to deal with. Rose has done well. LaRocque as well. And in the end, it comes down to Pacific taking that pistol round over the line. It will be a solid start for the Turkish squad. And as said, you have to look into this as this is the map choice of Job Life. Now, don't get me wrong. You might look at some of the statistics of Pacific playing on Lotus, and they're very weird. For example, they lost it 3 times over. I think that was when they were playing promotion/relegation. So that was a long time ago. Then the next time they played it was in this tournament when they beat Ultimates 13-1. So it's an interesting pick. I'll be intrigued to see how that one goes, but it goes. It goes. Nice shot, Jazz.
Not a bad start, that's for sure. Pacific have a choice of where they want to take things, and it's certainly away from the man who just ripped the head off LaRocque. Seems like the B site and the new target, although a slow play towards middle. It's all about getting comeback, a little bit of ground. Pushed up Pizza. Let's hope he doesn't push through that market door. He's in a lot of trouble. Luckily, he's avoided. Well, he's avoided the danger. The problem is his position gets the team confident that they can take his split. This drone is invaluable. As long as it clears the left and it only sees one. The push up by Mike, it baits them in. That's beautiful. Well handled. Good adjustment in the moment by Mike, and he gets his reward. A double kill, colliding someone with a classic. You don't see that all too often. And comeback. Now left to pick up the pieces with a Marshall.
The timing of the drone, I don't know if he will have been seen unless he just poked the barrel out at the last second, which I think might have actually happened. I think that maybe the very remnants of the drone might have caught him, but it doesn't matter. He's got the kill nonetheless. He won't expect Jazz, though. At least not early enough, but he's managed to cross, gets the fight, hits the no-scope onto Robbie. This 1v3 should have been a done deal, even with the low weaponry, but now it comes down to the Jet v Jet. Has the information onto Jazz. That was my major worry. Now, Jazz is going to go back. There's a gun to be found. A rifle in his hand, but he doesn't have the shields. So a shot of this Marshall will do enough to remove him from the round. Comeback hasn't seen him cross. Any sound made will give the game away, but he might just have enough time. The shot almost trying to bait, and I think that was the shot being hit by Jazz because my feed froze. It was not. It was not. It was comeback hitting it. That's insane.
Yeah, a little bit.
That
of a
was an
technical
unfortunate
issue
time
on
for
our
a
end.
freeze. That might have only been on my end. I don't know.
A part of me hopes it was just on your end, Tom. Very much so. Am I going to see it here? Come back onto Jazz right at the very end. 8-6. Attack side in a comfortable spot. I've got a decent buy for this round. 3 rifles, an SMG, the classic, not ideal for good old Rose, but won't be the man taking contact. Job Life, though, they fully bought this one up. And it looks like Kamek, the man who started this one out, 15-2, and he's a big challenge in his hands inside the smoke. Molly now going to completely clear him out of it, and it's used to get that space. Entering into the Molotov, Kamek's able to drop one, starts this off well for the defensive side, and leaves Rose and Jellison to attempt to claim this site. There's reinforcements here. Magic doesn't need him. Just goes down. So too does Magic, but look at the damage he's done.
Yeah, they still make it costly. That's the thing. I feel like that's been the case with Pacific in a lot of these rounds where they come in with a weaker investment, but even still with just SMGs, or mostly at least, they're able to do quite a lot of damage, and I think they'll take that. Obviously for Job Life, at least keeping a couple of players up, need to start building into this defensive half, because if anything, when you run this sort of Phoenix Jet combo, you have expectations that there are going to be a number of rounds put up on the attack, or that will at least be the plan. And while for the side of Pacific, that might not have necessarily been the case in the past. They've always been a fairly defense-orientated team. They haven't run a Phoenix before.
I mean, looking at what CGN have done, maybe it's just infecting across the board. It's really interesting. We got to chat to Benny yesterday about how they've been playing it and the benefits of Phoenix, and he was very open with a lot of the discussion. That's what struck me. You know, I feel like I was saying a lot of teams would probably have like their analyst or their coach in the background listening to that interview, going, "No, stop talking! Stop telling them why we do things." But he was, yeah, it was very interesting. I think he sold me a little bit more on the Phoenix play. As long as you are building your game around it, as long as your player who's on that Phoenix is comfortable and able to use it to invade a lot of space. Like you'll see, you pop down a smoke, you molly inside, you flash in, you've got a free little bubble to fight from, and you can flash out of it. And it was used on A just earlier, and that's been the most prevalent example of how it can steal control away. Let's see if they can do that here as we move towards the B site. A lot of players from Job Life present. Not like that.
It seemed like an easy start. Robbie didn't actually get the first, but it doesn't matter. They're getting cleaned up anyway. A solid B site defense as the aggressive take-in just gets slaughtered as they try and push their way onto the site. Definitely not the response that Pacific were hoping for after the damage they had done, and it's going to leave them in a bit of an awkward position financially. And it definitely seemed a little bit disjointed. Like LaRock's in quite a bit before the rest, and because of that, it was a little bit easier for that defensive side to muster up a crossfire without too many issues. So we're going to have ourselves a technical pause. 8-8. Going into this round, though. The thing is, I don't know how they've done it, but they've got pretty much every single ultimate one orb away. So every little piece in this round, every single kill the Pacific gets, unless of course it's the Blade Storm, is going to bring them closer to another ultimate.
Yeah. And for that attacking side at this point, that could certainly help out. And for LaRock, that will be the name of the game. That plan in the early stage. Grab that orb, entry into a site, and take over. Tech pause will delay the momentum slightly. But I think for the position that Job Life are in right now, I mean, both squads neck and neck. You're moving into the buy rounds. They can feel pretty happy with themselves. They had a decent performance in that previous half, building up momentum at the end. They've lost a pistol, but 4 out of the last 6 going their way. They just need to avoid that ult economy and all the problems that can come with it. Most importantly, comeback's been quiet for a couple of rounds. He's been there, but compared to yesterday, like he's due a pop-off round. And with the Blade Storm in his back pocket likely deployed, maybe this is it. Maybe this is the one.
I like the idea that he's caught up to a guy who was like 15-3, and you're going, he's not quite at his route.
Nah, but listen, it's been a slow burn by his standards. Should have seen this guy yesterday. Absolutely popping off.
Last player standing.
It's definitely fun though. I feel like we had it last year where expectations on Turkey were incredibly high. Maybe we didn't quite get the roster we wanted to attend, because the expectation was that we would get Fireflux, of course, the side that we've now seen the likes of Woot come from, and of course Yedege. But this year, well, it's sort of a different beast because, again, we looked at Fireflux as the team that will come through, but it is those young stars. Pacific making their way through Premier. Not the start they were looking for in this round. Comeback, you mentioned his Bladestorm, you mentioned his pop-off round. He is immediately dead. And so is Loiter.
Yeah, that one-way approach down by Job Life. It's Zen specific, trying to take space elsewhere on the map. Up short, up mid, nothing that works. And, well, Jealouson's just going to tuck in, hoping they come to him. And they absolutely have. They walked right by. Free kill to start. No recovery of the weapon. He only gets the one before a double peek on short closes the round. That's 9 for Job Life, an expected result considering the low buy in play for Pacific. The Bladestorm not having impact has basically sealed the fate of this round immediately. And here's their chance to fight back on the back foot now.
But that's the funny thing. You look at this map and the streak that's been there for the side of Job Life. They've been incredibly competent. This is actually the joint worst attacking half they've ever had, 6-6, which again kind of shows how good they are on this map. It is normally where they put up the majority of the rounds, obviously, because if you get more than 6, you can't get more than that unless you're going to overtime. But it doesn't mean that they're weak on this defensive side whatsoever. Thus far has been pretty clean, pretty methodical, but we're going to see a pace change, an immediate use of the run it back to take space into this site, although there isn't anybody that will be there to meet them, just utility, but that's enough to get rid of the ult.
Yeah, the ult traded out to, well, close the door, pretty much.
You should run.
Pacific, though, have that lockdown, and this ult will be much harder to avoid the impact of. An attempted spam coming from up top, and it's worked.
Oh!
Robbie's actually managed to deny that lockdown. That is huge for the side of Job Life. Now they can really tee up into this. Already the reveal gets Jealousson. Massive spam from Robbie. And down below, okay, they're waiting with open arms. Pacific have scrapped right back into that one. They took some blows, but my goodness, they've dealt their fair share. Mike, the last man standing, and he's got into a 1v1. The Molly took most of his HP away, and LaRock will close it, but that shorty came damn close. A scrappy round, but one that finds its way into the attacker's inventory for now. 9-9.
Yeah, I was talking yesterday with Hazard, and he was saying that Mikey is that guy. He's the guy that you put him in a clutch for the side of Job Life, and 9 times out of 10 he wins it. I think this was the 1 out of 10, and even still it was a damn good try, being able to isolate both of those jewels, but in the end it's LaRock who seemed to have a good idea. It's going to put them another round on the board, but the damage to their economy, to both sides in fact, now puts this round as a pinnacle one. And quite a lot utilized. You have to talk about the fact that lockdown's gone, the Bladestorm's not close. Run it back was also utilized, but it's already halfway to being online. And on the other side of things, they still have a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury. Now though, much more of a default for Pacific. They're taking their time. The aggression across the map from Jazz has spotted nothing, but the drone will probably give... No, it doesn't give much away. Only that there's a single player.
It was funny as well that you talk about the clutches. And on the other side, it's actually LaRock, Loida, and Rose. 3 of the top 6 clutchers in all of Ascension so far. Pacific have needed them. They found themselves in some scrappy early rounds, and it's happened again with Come back down and Rose falling. LaRock doesn't last long. Here's another chance, perhaps, for the clutch statistic to be increased. A 2 versus 4. Jealousson holding the off angle. I think a lot of the onus of this round is going to fall back onto Loida's hands. Managed to recover an operator. I mean, against this many players, might be able to get one pick and fall back. He's recovered his rifle, but they've seen Jealousson. At this point, all the information is there to work with. Hunter's Fury even thrown through.
Yeah, to try and kill this guy off, and it has failed miserably. Jealousson is still here. That time is still ticking. He's looking for the right moment, but with how low they are now, it should be impossible. And Katmik's flash is enough to put Loiter out of the round. Job Life lose the last one in close positions, but they immediately respond. The defensive side definitely looking stellar. And the problem is again, there just seems to be a few messy mistakes from Pacific. Like a few kills, a few angles just not being checked properly. And well, I'm guessing maybe the coaching staff agree. They're going to take a pause. This is now their economy right on the brink. In fact, I don't even know if they'll have a purchase in this round.
Right here. Right here. Right here.
It'll be scrappy. They might decide against it. But look, it's fairly common as well for teams to do that anyways, even if they decide to go for a much lighter buy. Call that timeout now, have the discussion around economy, and then more importantly, around the home stretch of this game. Job Life just about to enter it. If this is an eco, 11-9 and a fairly clean performance required by Pacific if they're going to get back. Just don't see, it's not like you're going to win your map pick 80% of the time. You know what I mean? So far in Ascension, it's felt like the exact opposite. Like teams winning each other's map pick is more common.
Placing sentry.
I guess it's the expectation of what your opponent will choose and the work being put in to be ready for that. This is the biggest tournament of, I would say, almost everyone's lives. I think maybe Zeke can sit there and go, actually, maybe this is second. But other than that, this is the opportunity to not just take yourself, but also take your team, take your organization to the tier 1, set them up. Well, Larocque is looking to do just that. That is an amazing start to the round. Solo fighting. He is just taken away multiple kills. He's going to go pushing even further. Now, this one will be free. Yes, it is. In fact, Robbie comes out with 2. They had a defender. They had comeback waiting. But the double duelist, was that the plan? Was that the whole idea? No. That was a ruse.
Indeed it was. One of the issues they're going to face, though, Hunter's Fury post plant, that's the guy with the rifle. He's going to want to stick around and fight. Could have been swapped over for more passive play, but numbers advantage is the main reason that's not happened. They're going to stick together. At least you'd think so. Out goes Rose. This is risky. That's the rifle all alone. And they've sent Robbie on the side of Job Life all the way around. Paranoia dodge. This is a free kill. And it looked like Rose got suspicious, but too little too late. Now the pistol's on site. All that remains to defend this. No Hunter's Fury, but the classic picks Jess out of the air and finds another. Loida coming up huge for the side of Pacific. Double digits locked in for both sides.
My classic does not work like that. How low were the players? I don't even think they were that low. This is absurd. Like, sure, the timing was definitely a little bit off, but there are 4 players in mid, and Larocque kills 3 of them. Other than that, again, like a little bit of lack of awareness. No, Robbie's full HP.
Yep.
What? What?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, he had light
right-clicked
shields, but that, even still, that's disgusting.
He has just right-clicked the life out of those players. That is, that's going to sit with them for a moment. I mean, they've taken a moment to deal with it. The timeout from the side of Job Life, a squad who looked like they were set to put 11-9 on the board, and from there, force their opponents into a no mistakes comeback. Now, well, the pressure's on them a little bit more. Some players have lots of money. Some players don't. The Bladestorm isn't there to make up for it. There's going to be some struggles for the defensive side. In Pacific, they haven't just got a foot in the door. They've kicked the thing off its hinges. It's anyone's game.
Yeah, it's definitely been a weird back and forth. Like, again, I feel like rounds where Job Life play a little bit more passive and actually look to sort of retake rather than just fighting ground have definitely worked better for them. But even still, you have a 4-man setup in mid and 3 of them are dismantled by 1 guy and a Guardian. Like that should never happen. Like, it's unbelievably impressive with the clinical aim of Larocque. I'm almost a little bit sad that he's got a normal rifle, a Vandal, because I just don't think it's even worth it.
A lockdown will be countered out by the Hunter's Fury. All pulses finding their mark. A site, not quite as easy to retake now. The Job Life side. was a big piece of utility for them. Pacific have sent 2 players further back. They're looking to go all the way around. One was for utility. The other, though, is Jellison going on the flank.
Surely.
Steps, I thought were heard. It looked like it. Mike turned around, but now he's looking the other way. Now they've left it wide open for Jellison, and it's the double kill that he manages to clean up. And then the second player, well, his position given away, but the damage is done. He's tagged Jazz down massively. Robbie barely holding on to life, and his head's ripped clean off. All 3 headshots as well, so never mind your low health. They were getting this done irrespective. A clean round from the attack side, and the lead now in their grasp. The worst part about that, Tom, I said that there were going to be weaknesses. The alternative was that maybe the defenders take an eco. They didn't, and now their economy is in tatters.
1 enemy remaining.
11-10. Comeback. Well, if you think even for a second he's not reading the economy, looking into what his opponents are doing, just check out the gun he's got. He's looking to farm. He knows there's going to be light shields on the other side. Jazz wants to try and face it, but you can see the immediate back off. The second they hear a single bullet from that gun. Now, part of it is bait. Part of it is they want to give away the idea that there is nobody here. Try and force them into these fights in middle. Bear in mind, there have been multiple moments where Pacific have gone for this position, but it seems like they're being methodical. They have definitely spotted Robbie out, and while alone, he was never going to get anything. Those light shields make that a faster firing operator. And for comeback, wow, we've seen him hit shots that I never imagined anybody could see. That one was a piece of cake.
And I think you have to realize that it might look weird seeing Robbie just swinging out, checking for the player down below, but you know, especially with this comp, you're going to have utility, a knife, a reveal, a drone, which, as we saw, was about to be put through anyways. There's always going to be something coming your way to clear that close corner. So chances of you getting a free stay and a guy just walking in giving you a kill, it's just not going to happen. He wants to try to force the issue, get ahead of it. Element of surprise. But, well, it didn't work out. Job life left in a 3 versus 5 as a result. This looks to be 12 rounds locked in for Pacific. 2 chances to close out a map that not long ago was looking like Job life were about to enter the home stretch. Now they're being locked out.
Watch your eyes.
LaRock constantly looking for more, looking for further fights. Safe to say that it was always a risk to pick into this map for Job life. Oh, we've said it. When you're up against a Turkish squad picking Ascent, you have to be sure. You have to be ready. Now they're going to try and hold them in. But even that seems like a task. Rose looking for a little bit more. And, well, doesn't manage to get both. But Magic, by even holding onto this gun, is going to be impossible. Loiter happy to hunt him down. The upgrade of the rifle will be there. And now Pacific on that attack, just 1 round away with 2 chances to take their opponent's map choice.
They've done a remarkable job at recovering this. And it has to be a very tough pill to swallow on that other side. A couple of mistakes and a couple of really big individual rounds from the side of Pacific. LaRock, I'm looking at you. Loida with some big classic plays as well. That may just have cost them this map, and who's to tell how the series will go afterwards.
Oh, Hunter's Fury. Immediately popped, but no real success. Maybe just trying to deny the pacing of this attack inside, but it seems wasteful, I'll be honest. It seems like it hasn't had the impact they would have wanted. Again, we're seeing this setup Rose already. They cannot hold mid against this attack inside. They have got both kills in B, the final kill in middle, and well, for Mikey and Robbie BK, we mentioned the clutches. That's already the first kill on the board for Robbie, but this is one hell of a mountain to climb.
An uphill battle indeed. I don't think they've got the boots for it. We can already see Comeback picking one off with the operator. A 1v4, Mike, the man who can make the clutches happen, but not this time. Pacific put it to rest. 13-10. And that's their opponent's map pick. They seem to have started this series out well with Lotus up next. We'll see if they can take it after the break.
feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa. Zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
13-10 for Pacific on Job Life's map pick nonetheless. Welcome back, everyone. While we were already heading into this match to just build that Kamek highlight reel, Pacific did in fact do a really good job at just stopping the momentum that he and Job Life squad could have gotten with the performances we got to see from Kamek the other days. Now, in the first half, Job Life certainly tried to abuse the lack of KO, which we talked about heading into this one, but that did not really work out as planned, Pilski.
I mean, yeah, it was okay. Like, I think Kamek having a really hot start definitely gave them not only a lot of KO ults, but they also seemed to intentionally be playing really exec heavy. Almost every round they would do these late round execs, which you can see in this highlight, for example, kind of backfired, whereas Pacific started to kind of adapt to that style. You even see it here, the Hunter's Fury through onto A main with only 30 seconds left. They're really trying to break down Job Life as they go for these late round executes, really trying to disrupt them quite heavily with comeback kind of running at them. And for me, I think Pacific, this was just a case of their individuals being a bit stronger than Job Life's across the board, and some good adaptations from them mixing in the Phoenix pick.
Last player.
I'm so sorry. Seems that my mic had a malfunction. But yeah, so we had the comic, or rather the comeback highlights. Now we have the comic highlights, who is also performing incredibly well. And we wanted to highlight these two players a little bit because they were our players to watch coming into this map a little bit earlier on, right? And with good reason. I mean, these stats are absolutely outrageous. And, you know, Tom was going on about comic and how he was 15-3 at the beginning of the map, but then he really like slowed down towards the end, picked it up again, so brings back that consistency a little bit more. Like, these really are your two massive standout players here in this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think in addition to that as well, I think for Job Life, maybe 2 months since they played an official on Ascent, they looked a little bit rusty. They looked a little bit out of sorts in certain rounds, whereas Pacific, they threw a little bit of a curveball on a map that's been up and down for them, going for the Phoenix pick, and that's worked out beautifully for them. Not only did they have, some great plays from comeback, as you can see from the individual stats there, but also, I mean, as the casters kind of alluded to, massive plays from Larocque and Loiter, multiple clutches, and XVX's one really made a massive difference in that game.
Do you feel like maybe both teams rely a little bit too much on those big hero plays? Would you like to see maybe a little bit more cohesion as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think that it can be a huge issue to want to rely so heavily on a hero play, and particularly clutches. That was a big one. It was something that Pilsky had kind of alluded to during our pre-show, and about how Pacific have these great clutch players. And to be fair, there were a few clutch moments for Job Life as well, but it went a lot more heavy-handedly in favor of Pacific. And when you have players who can step up like that, even if your mid-round isn't going as well as you'd like, it's great to know that you have those players that can pick it up towards the end. But when you come up against another team who can also do that, you suddenly find yourself on the back foot, because if they have a good mid-round and they have good clutches, your clutches are just not going to be good enough.
Now, there was one particular round, Sam, that really stood out to you. You had a lot to say backstage about round 18. Walk us through your thought process. What went down? Why were you upset?
So this felt like one of those what could have been rounds. Job Life, they're in the lead here. The lockdown comes through. Some beautiful spam from the Odin to shut that down. PCF are not expecting that to happen. So the flood potential here is massive. Job Life immediately start to come through. A great reveal. They start getting that early information. The picks are coming through. And then they get a little bit overzealous. They jump through. They don't have solid control of the site yet. And it completely falls apart. And now Mikey in this clutch situation. And we said it, the clutch players from Pacific generally tend to be that little bit better. Free gun, by the way, and Larocque ends that round with a 3K. That should have been a Job Life round. And who knows, that could have been what propelled them towards a win. But the end of it, it messed up their economy. It messed up, it would have messed up my mental, I'll be perfectly honest with you. And from there, it all slipped away.
It did indeed, yeah. Could have, should have. That was, of course, their map pick, and now they're down 1-0. Time to bring it back, though. We're heading over to Lotus next. They're currently running a 1-1 score and Ascension on it, of course.
Yeah.
There's a variety of comps we might be able to see here from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the comps will be interesting. More what's interesting to me is Pacific. As I kind of mentioned a little bit in the pre-show, it's a map they really didn't play very much in the Turkish league. It's something that their coach kind of wanted them to play coming into this league, and they look fantastic. They smashed the ultimates on it. 13-1. It was crazy to watch that game unfold, just how dominant that was. And that was the first game that I saw from Pacific where I was like, okay, these guys might be contenders to win the whole thing, or maybe the Ultimates is super underperforming. But the pick did kind of backfire for them against Mouths. So, maybe a little inconsistent on a map that they've tried to kind of adopt that they used to ban. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them against Job Life. But what I will say is that Job Life does kind of have like an up and down record on Lotus, so I can see why Pacific would continue to back themselves and maybe felt like there was a couple of mistakes they might have made against Mouse, and they'll be fine today perhaps.
And what could potentially worry me about this map, more specifically for Job Life, is they line the neon on this map. It's been pretty consistent for them. But here's a fun stat that we didn't have on our stat graphic earlier. Yas had 6 first deaths in our last match, which is not great. Like, I understand that as a duelist, you put yourself into these very high danger situations, but the whole point of the jet is there's a fair amount of untradeability. Get a pick, dash out, dash away, get to safety, somebody's to back you up, throw out a cloudburst, whatever the case is. The idea is to try to remain safe after getting those picks, and Comeback was great at that. Yas, on the other hand, was not getting those same results. Now you go into an agent like a Neon that requires an unbelievable amount of support from the rest of your team. The potential to, overextend and get caught out massively increases, and that leaves a few concerns in the mind.
Do you feel like they might be going for a Neon here? Do you think that's within their comfort zone?
Yeah, I think it definitely could be the case. The thing is, Job Life across the 3 games of Lotus they've played in the regular season, I believe they've swapped agents up each time by at least one agent, and some of that has been the duelist. I think they swapped between a Neon or a Raze in previous games, so they have potential to kind of change comp here. They've already shown propensity to do that on this map, and they might continue to do that. I think for Jazz, in terms of, or Yas, in terms of his overall like style and the first death, first kill kind of approach, you could see it kind of in the attacking style of Job Life on Ascent, where they're just really hard sending him in, and he's really playing that kind of traditional space taker for the rest of the team, really trying to set up, entry pathing where everyone else can kind of scale out, and that can kind of be the situation where you end up getting first death a lot. And you can point towards the first death sometimes, and to be fair, if they lose, you can point at those first deaths and say, okay, that might be less optimal really, but in the games that Job Life win, and they have been a pretty successful team, if they're playing exec heavy and he's first deathing and they're still able to get into post plants that they win, then that can be effective.
Job Life has shown us a lot of different looks in their regular season, in their last split on this very map. I'm personally very excited for that. We had some Gecko Soba play, Breach Fate, lots of beautiful double initiator action coming out from them. Pacific, as you already mentioned, they currently 1-1 on this map. Still confident enough in it to actually pick it, which, that's a confidence you got to rock up to in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I think that tenacity is such an important thing to have, particularly because, as Pilsky mentioned earlier, you now have your new coach in who has put in the work for it, they've prepped for it, and they want it to become a reasonably strong map. And for the coach to have decided that this is something we're going to focus on, he must have seen some potential in it. I will say that the comp itself, I don't love. Hater Sam has arrived on the scene once more, but it has worked out for them reasonably well, right? A stomp against TU, a very close game against Mouse. It wasn't like it was super one-sided. It was 13-10. There was still some potential for it, but Mouse is a pretty good team. So now they come up against another arguably really good team, the other team that is currently undefeated, and I'll be real, I don't love a lack of a Viper. I'm just gonna say it, I'm gonna throw it out there. I want to see a Viper, but I don't think I'm going to, and that to me is an immediate kind of concern.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I do like that they not only just pick up a new map into their repertoire and try to just run that down. I also like that they just, They believe in their comps. It's something they talked about, of course, in their post-game interview after their last victory. Now, I do believe we have Agent Select almost ready, so we will find out if they going to run it back with a Breach, Neon, Cypher, Omen, Sova. Are they going to give you the Viper? Who knows? Who knows what those teams have in store for us? There's a lot on the line, of course, because the winner will be going through to the playoffs. So I'm pretty sure they just want to make it a clean one here, Polsky.
Yeah, you'd hope so, but it's been up and down in terms of their performance on this map. Actually, the team that beat them has also been a little bit stubborn in terms of their map picks so far this tournament, trying to run Abyss into the ground a little bit, which has not been ideal for them. But we'll see how they go this time around on Lotus. I wouldn't expect a comp change from them. I can see why they're running the comp that they're running, and I think Lotus is one of those maps that you can kind of lean into the style and the strengths of the player. I actually really like the combo of Cypher Breach. You could do a lot of really cheeky trap plays. You can run Chamber on this map for some crazy trap plays, but I think Cypher Breach has a lot of potential trap plays you can do, especially in combination with the Omen, where you have the cam up, you can get a nice little fault line or a paranoia or something like that off of the cam and things like that. Neon's an interesting kind of pick for your duelist player. The Sova is in terms of a info kind of gathering agent. The thing about a 3-lane map with a Sova as like the solo kind of info gathering agent is like, I almost prefer the Fade because you have multiple of those Prowlers to kind of re-clear map control and retake on attack. Whereas if you only have the Sova, you could do like initial round dart, but once you commit the drone to taking a lane, then you're a bit more limited in terms of how you can execute sometimes or go and re-clear map control elsewhere.
Oh,
actually, so yeah, we've just received words on what the agents are going to look like. Sam, take it. You're excited about this one.
There's a Viper. So Job Life, once
Yeah.
again, with a new comp that we haven't seen from them before. The fourth time they're playing it, fourth comp that they're going to play, or fifth, whichever.
that.
I think it's fifth, yeah.
Yeah, fifth
something
now.
brand new. I do love, so they've got the KJ, the Viper, and similarly to what you were talking about with the Breach and the Cypher and how you can set up some traps there, a far more familiar and well-known territory on Lotus is Viper KJ, and how much you can get done with the Decay plus the turret in the Viper's pit, whatever that case is. You can, I mean, it can be absolutely deadly, particularly on that C side, sometimes even on the B if you want to set that up. They're going for a far more familiar comp to us. It's reminiscent of that old Fnatic comp, but obviously it's the Fade instead of the OG Astra. But I love it. You know what? It works. It is a popular composition for a reason, which I know sounds terrible from me because in the green room I was just complaining about how I'm so sick of the Ascent comp. But I like this comp. It works and it's fun.
Yeah, I think
if it works, it
look,
works. Yeah.
it's been about 2 months since they had an official on this map. They've already shown the propensity to change comp a couple of times. So I think, honestly, for Job Life, adopting one of the most popular comps where you can copy so many strats from some of the best teams in the world. It's been played at so many international events. I'm keen to see how it goes for them on a map that's been up and down for them.
So if we're looking at Pacific, they're running it back, same comp again. We've shown it twice already. It's going to be interesting to see if they can make it work this time around, going up against Job Life. This is, of course, Pacific's map pick. Can they win it out? Let's find out and send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much to our analyst desk. Yes, we're already kicking off this map straight into Lotus. No time to waste as the attack side of Job Life seems to be aiming towards this A site. Pacific already one map up coming into this. The series has started out well. They've stolen their opponent's map pick away. Now all that's left to do is to secure their own.
Yeah, no, this is an opportunity, but again, I feel like both of these maps are coming in as sort of middle grounds. Like, I think both these teams have shown proficiency across a map pool. I think that we went into Ascent, and I said at the time, just because their record in Turkey didn't look the best doesn't mean that their record is going to be worse when they come up against like other regions, especially. I think the Turkish have already been very good. And I think for Job Life, the same can apply here. They've gone back to what I would say is the standard comp, as it was said on the desk, the Fnatic comp, like one that we've seen them run many a time
30 seconds
for
left.
the Turkish squad. Well, especially starting on that defense, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Come back already, looking for those opening battles. But it's going to be that split back towards the B site, an attempt to try and put the pressure on. They're sort of running out of time again. We're getting the same sort of problems that we had before, where needing to get that spike down already. Comeback is going to find another, putting one on the dirt, and it's starting to fall apart a little bit here. I feel like this is the same problems we've already had. Mikey again, though, in these clutch scenarios. He somehow manages to make these look winnable every single time. An impossible scenario once more, and he's left alone, waiting for his opponent to make a move, to make a step, to give something away. But tagged so low on HP, this is not going to be an easy fight for him to win, although he's got the read absolutely spot on and lands their headshot with the right click of the classic. Mikey, the clutch king, takes over once again.
Well, we heard the stories. Now we get to see them play out in front of our own eyes. What a play by Mikey. This one was looking down in the dumps. Like the result was already locked in and we were just waiting for the printout. But my goodness, he knows when to dig deep. He was dead to rights. That was his life flashing before his eyes and mine. But he somehow manages to turn on a dime, take that fight on drop down, and absolutely decimate his opponent's Job Life. This is what they need. Starting out their opponent's map pick with confidence. They've got to steal this out from under the nose of Pacific. It'll be a slow start to round number 2. Just look at what Pacific are working with. Very weak weapons across the board. A lot of pistols. Most of them haven't been upgraded, and the main one they had was on the Rock. Big player for that squad, and the first to fall, the Sheriff on the floor.
Will be retrieved, passed back over into just as capable hands. It is very funny to see a man go from playing Phoenix to Breach. Like it's it's definitely. I guess they both have flashes. That's about the only comparison I can make. Especially someone who's only 16 years of age as well, to have that sort of flexibility. Well, I guess that we'll have to wait and see if he does. But assumed flexibility. It's definitely impressive. Now for Rose, it's all about info. For Job Life, keeping things squeaky clean. They've got a few pistols that wouldn't be the worst to lose, and I'm going to make the assumption that we'll likely see some reinvestment into the next round. Jazz even being purchased a rifle by Mikey. So I guess they want those orbs on the showstopper, even though Mikey is the closest to having that ult available.
Comeback's close by, but he's not going to be doing a damn thing. Locked out towards the spawn. They just give the space, and even then, Job Life are taking it back out of their hands. Rose denied anything towards heaven. And for Pacific, the question is cost. Already one player is fouled. And a good idea that they still have Magic lurking around towards rubble. Opportunity to drop a couple more weapons, keep players close to the spike, and ultimately go down to it. Seems to be the optimal strategy for Pacific at the moment. And there's another shot connected. Loida the whole round was waiting for a chance to take Magic down. You've also got Mikey, who's playing the pistol, not capable of recovering anything because he's up close fighting. He goes down to the spike, and, well, looking at the sideline there, Tom, 2 rifles carried forward. I'd say that's a successful second round for Pacific.
Yeah, it's a weird one because the purchase was a bit like light to begin with. You had 2 pistols and an SMG, so it's kind of hard to look at it because all you've really lost is an SMG. But at the same time, you're correct. You still have only brought through 2 guns. The orbs went over to your opponents as well. I think the goal for the most part was for Mikey to go around with the pistol and earn up ults. And instead he dies to the spike and gets nothing. So I don't think it was as successful as Job Life would have liked, but they still come into this one with 4 rifles, a pistol for Magic. They'll have a buy in the next round as well, so it's not too bad, especially if they manage to do a lot of damage here, or maybe even steal the round away.
Certainly the potential for it. Nano, is that covering the plant? No. Bot will come back. He's not going to continue on this, surely. He's still going. Yeah, looking to catch players out of position. Is going to be caught off, but Larocque managed to find one, and further extending into the site is the rest of the squad. Jas, the last man standing, trying to hold on, but the spike is down. He's forced into the fight and drops another. Damn close, and a nice try, but not quite enough still. But what they brought in, that was a damn good run of it.
Yeah, they'll come in with the more comfortable buy in this round. I will say the only thing that worries me a little bit is that now you'll force some of the players over on Pacific to play Guardians, which is actually their better weapon. So, but yeah, an incredibly nice attempt from Jazz that mentioned them potentially wanting him to get his ult online. You kind of look at the spot they're in now. You've got 2 ults in the form of the lockdown and the showstopper, just 1 away. Light shields being expected, and correctly so. And already a very early trade. That will be Kamek lost in exchange for Loiter. Both teams losing at least 1 controller.
Well, I think one of those squads is going to feel a little more than the other. At least for Magic, you can still clear off some of these angles, although as they go into the C site, none are smoked off. Smoke used on B. Moments, 20 seconds ago, it's going to keep players in position, leave a much lighter C site. They can walk in, they can start the plant. There will be spams coming. You can see the Larocque and Rose standing by in Waterfall, waiting for that signal to start the spam, and it looks like it's about to come through. Robbie up top on the C's nade, but this player is closer than expected. Larocque has completely jumped the gun, ran in front of the setup, and Job Life now have to recover as a result. Mikey left alone, and he won't land even one of those shots. He needed 2. Larocque's 3K, and what an impressive round from the breach. The C's nade went above his head, and he used that as his signal to draw blood.
Dwayne LaRock Johnson. Just utterly impressive. Just completely taken them down. And
GP knows this guy?
Yeah, any friend of Golden Boy is a friend of mine. This guy has been super impressive. As said, going over to the breach from the Phoenix, you kind of sit there and go, okay, maybe on an individual sort of ability, he's not going to be able to do quite as well. Well, he's top of the board, 6 and 3, playing the breach aggro. And I don't know. I'm a little bit nervous for Job Life, just because the manner that they lose some of these rounds are not only ones that are going to hype up this young squad, like get them rolling, but also there's been so many opportunities, so many clutch scenarios where you go, okay, you've got the right idea. Like I think the C's nade to try and stop anybody denying that plant was a great idea, but it was just the fact that they weren't ready for someone to be ahead of it. And that was all it took. LaRock being ahead of it meant that he could get a couple of easy kills before even closing out the round in the end. Now, luckily, or maybe not so, it depends on where you look at it. For Job Life, they've got ultimates that are pretty much, well, very high impact ones. So there's always going to be that temptation to invest a bit more into this round because, okay, I've got Showstopper, I've got Lockdown, I can get us into post-plant scenarios. It doesn't seem like they're going to overspend too much, but they are going to leave themselves potentially a little bit lighter. And there's also high impact ults on the other side. And again, I'm loving this from Comeback. Every single time he realizes the economy's a little bit low, he's straight in there buying up that sniper. And we've seen that in the last map as well. This is something that is clearly a plan for Pacific. Each time they're a little bit low, I'm going to buy an Outlaw and I'm going to farm.
Certainly a plan that I can respect putting into work. It's striking fear into Job Life's heart. Let's see as they move forward straight in to try to take down Pacific on the C side. And oh, I thought they had a free run of it. Loida looking the wrong way, but it's clean as they make the adjustment. Only the player on B that falls. With Rose on the ground, it's still a 1v3, and the spike is wide open for Pacific to hold on to. Kamek had a phenomenal previous map, starting it out 15-2. He was hitting every shot, and all we're asking for is a taste of what we saw then. I think he had a 4K 1v4 clutch. This one should be easy then.
Yeah, I think with the spike not planted, it might be a little bit tougher, and a smoke to walk through, and LaRock waiting on the other side. 3-2. A little bit BM, you know, a little bit. Again, that breach flying high, 8-3 on the score. But this is what I'm talking about. So quick on the trigger. A nice shot, to be honest, from Magic to even make that one remotely close. But they're going to earn themselves up an early little bit of cash.
This is a nice spot.
And now, well, again, mention the ultimates for the attack, but they are almost fully built up for that defensive side as well.
The defenders using one of them right off rip. It's the stun used, the reveal in and comeback, dominating the fight. Hunter's Fury thrown in to double down on the ultimate round. It doesn't land damage. It was a risk that was taken, so is this, but comeback not facing any of the consequences. Nothing but dubs for this side. Spike dropped and the other players isolated on the other side of the map. The space they've taken inconsequential in light of these results.
I can tell you for free that there are going to be so many eyes on this man. Did you talk about what he's been doing so far? Okay, maybe he's hoping that he'll make it there with Pacific, but I don't know. I think there's going to be plenty of other teams seeing how much that buyout is, because he just takes over rounds. A 4th on the board, looking for the ace. This was a round that Job Life invested into. They had everything in their hand, and it means absolutely nothing. Well, Job Life are the ones that are hoping for a comeback, but there's only one in this server right now. What an ace from this young man.
Phenomenal stuff. So much avoided in the early fight by comeback. With that triple kill, the round was already done, but he wanted that little bit more. Talked about the 4K of Loida. All right, even of Kamek going into the previous, and well, comebacks just one-upped him. We go into round number 7. Job Life on the attack. Moving to Mound with a lot of players. Denial of rubble control. Pacific find everything there. Leaving Loida. Leaving comeback as well. They might double up. They might push it later into the round. Job Life are on their way back. And I see Pacific are stood in a high-low setup, ready to decimate them if they do go away. Did they just hear that? They just heard the spike get dropped.
Same again, though. He knows there's going to be low shields, and even if the shots might not have been as clean originally, it's another shutdown. Right at the beginning of the round, they've gone... The thing is, they're not being allowed any map control. Even when they think they found a gap, it's going to be met by resistance. Oh, that's a little bit worrying for Jazz. He will get out of there scot-free, but this is not an overface. This is not Jealousum taking a risk. He's waiting for the return of that deadly duelist comeback. 2 players standing right now. Job Life are getting absolutely slaughtered. Not a single kill. Another investment round, by the way. They didn't eco, they didn't hold back, they didn't try and wait for the next one. I think there needs to be a pause here. There needs to be something to try and slow things down, because right now they are getting destroyed.
Absolutely. This is the ideal time for a pause. At this point, you're being red. You're walking into it. Rounds can't keep going like this, or the map's going to be over before you know it. And I think from the perspective of Job Life here, it's unfortunate. They're giving up space in the early round. They're going back in to even check it, jump peek it, and losing players in the process. I think the solution might have been, in many teams' minds, to look towards taking rubble control, but theirs is a much more direct approach, moving their way towards the site. I like that combo. Jazz is forced into the open. Anyone in that corner has to run right into Larocque's angle. That is absolutely gorgeous. I love the thought behind that. And again, rubble control late into the game. All they have to worry about is C now.
Correct me if I'm wrong, he had a judge as well, so it wasn't even that damning until he just gets running headshot through the smoke because Larocque knew the only place he could be. That is just disgusting. Luckily, this round is low. Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, Jack. That is the judge that was on the floor. Now they go back to being passive. That's the thing. You have yourself come back being very aggressive, looking to take the fight to them. But then in rounds like this, where it would be a gamble or it would be a risk, they go back to just playing passive. They sit back on the sites. They have the utility there. Now, Robbie's going to try and sell the idea that they're going towards this B site. As we can see... Well, I was going to say that's not the case, but they have just smoked off the cross. So I think they are going to try and double back into this direction. The problem is, with 22 seconds left, if they change their mind, they've got a problem. And while it seems like they have a problem anyway, Larocque just does not miss. He has been stunning throughout this game. Magic always seems to be good. I was going to say for one. This time, he's doubled up. But he's only got a matter of seconds to get the plant down. Jealousum has been caught. But it seems like Robbie didn't actually check.
Yeah, that's not great. It does. There's a little, because see, here's the thing. There's a little line that shows you where the guy is.
I'd say little is an understatement.
Just kind of, it says, hey, there's a dude over there. Just that way. So suboptimal. That is just so beautiful, man.
Jazz is actually like, Jazz is not having a good day.
He's
like, oh, what was the plan, guys? I'm going to buy a judge. Cool. I'm going to blast back into side. I'm going to get close range angle. He's like, okay, awesome. He gets hit by a rolling thunder. He's like, okay, it's fine. I can just get up close. And a guy's sprinting headshots him through smoke.
I mean, he got hit by rolling thunder. Everything was thrown at him there. The aftershock and everything. Job Life. Well, this seems to be one of the rounds they have a really good read, or at least a good gamble. They've been giving up control of rubble every round. We've seen Pacific walk up, take it, and leave Loida sometimes with comeback to hold that position. This time, Job Life go for a contact play. With Fade's ult clearing it out, this is not a nightmare whatsoever. It's a walk in the park. They've claimed the A site control at last.
Viper's Pit, a lockdown. If they don't manage to win this round, I'm almost worried that it's over. They have so much to delay. They're even going to use the second early. Rose is going in and has got Kamik and the second and the lockdown. What? And then the fight back's still happening. But those two ults got removed within a second. Comeback finds another. I'm gobsmacked. It now is left onto Magic. He's at least been having a moment or two, but this needs to be the best of them. The spike already halved, and they play it together. But Rose just got away with... Like, I know we've seen aces. I know we've seen headshots through smokes. I know we've seen beautiful rounds. That's the most insane thing I've seen this tournament so far. How in the hell did he get the Viper, another kill, and the lockdown with a 5-second timer?
That's just absolutely insane. What are you supposed to do? Kill him, probably. React to your Viper dying, probably. But, you know, the heat of the battle. He's 6-4, but the man's a hero.
I don't F4. I'm not even kidding. That's me done. Like, I'm like, okay, all right, cool. There was nothing. That's genuinely... he's 6-4 right now. There'll be people who haven't watched the game who go, I played all right. But it was LaRock and comeback. And don't get me wrong. LaRock and comeback have been nuts, but I don't think if you told him in his wildest dreams he'd have got both ultimates there. Because that's what that should have been the surefire round. That should have been it. You've used a lockdown in combination with a Viper pit. You only do that if things are going bad. You only do that if it's bad.
It's not even a lockdown and a pit. It's a lockdown in a pit. They don't just have to destroy your lockdown. They have to run through a Viper's pit and destroy your lockdown. Even when you kill the Viper, you're 1 HP stood in the open, and everyone knows you're there, and everyone should be trying to defend the lockdown
with 4 seconds.
The lockdown, like, there's a 0% chance. That's some Doctor Strange BS that just went down there. I don't know how he's gotten away with it, and I'll tell you something. The opposition, Job Life, they don't know how he's gotten away with it. I'm not sure they care to know. They're going to want to forget that, but also make sure it never happens again. 7-2. Oh, the Odin wallbangs. They're being lined up. They're being toyed with. There were players on the other side, but it's slow and steady. Let's see if they win this race, because Lloyd is about to get a lot of pressure coming straight towards him. If there was a snake bite lineup here, you could be in a ton of trouble. Luckily, it doesn't seem to be, and Jast is down for free.
Oh, pressure onto Loiter. Watch, he has support. That's a lot of support. It doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Okay, maybe the disruption helped him a little bit. Oh, dear. I think that was maybe a freer kill for Mikey. They're just running it down. Like, you could see this has got to the point of disrespect where it has become a challenge for Pacific to see who can get the most kills. Because the way that they're playing now is, oh, there's a guy here. I want to W key as fast as I can towards him. No shift, just to make sure that I can get that kill.
At 8-2, Tom, it's looking like Pacific woke up and realized that out of 18 maps the last few days, I've cast 18 maps and you've done 17. They said, let's give him a break. Let's get a little quick 2-0 on. This is looking dominant, and I have no doubt Job Life can dig deep. They can make that comeback happen. But they are running out of time. 2 rounds just simply not enough to make a second half work in for the most part, and it doesn't look like it's getting any better here. They've been absolutely decimated on the way through the A site, not even surpassing rubble for the most part, and that 9th round is concretely locked in.
I'm starting to feel bad for Job Life. It seems like a mismatch. Like, they're not even getting close. Like, Loiter has started to just dominate outside areas. Yeah, yes! The things we love to see. The man knows where the camera is. I'm hoping we get that on the stage soon. And, well, you know what? For Pacific, they've got an opportunity to make it into that top 4. They are just a few rounds away from doing so. They absolutely blitzed their opponent in the first game, had a closer affair in their second, and are now looking like it's back to business. Comeback. They've stuck him in the mud. That's at least something. And again, Magic has been the piece of hope. They don't check. They don't check. Oh, no, the Prowler didn't clear the corner. Oh.
This was the round.
Of course it was LaRock. Of course it was Dwayne.
Well, it could have been John because they couldn't see him. Unfortunately, just the 1 kill before the trade, and we're back to a 1 versus 2. Mikey with a clutch on his shoulders. 2 rounds might not be enough. 3. Well, it might not be either, but it could be something. A launching pad. Oh, he's walked straight into Laroc with the op, and that one ends exactly as expected. 10 rounds for Pacific here. You know what? Job Life's map pick was close, but I don't think Pacific's will be.
Yeah, I think just like us, Job Life might need themselves a little bit of a break, and I don't know. Let's see if after the half, maybe, just maybe, they have a turnaround.
Welcome back, folks. A quick break. It's not just the map that's looking to be sped up. Pacific, I want to get straight into this. The teeth into the meat of the game, and the attack side is where they're going to start out this second half. And soon they maybe finished it. Just 3 rounds needed. Fair to say, Tom, this pistol has to go to Job Life.
Yeah, no, I kind of want it to be clean for them, because what happened in the last half felt like I need to call the bully hunters. It's been a while since they've been around, but this wasn't particularly close. A fake big sold as well. You've sent your Sova solo over on that C site just as a ruse, and it leaves Magic alone. As said, he's had his moments. He's tried his best, but even that seems to be a fake. They're going to go sprinting back in the other direction. Mikey's managed to clear out Rose. That's a great start, but Comeback's on the hunt. The flash hasn't helped him out, though. In fact, it's given Kamek a kill.
The advantage that they so desperately want to hold on to. Look at the lack of overextension. You can see for moments players want to step forward. They want to take that fight, but they won't. Pacific have Laroc tucked in towards the broken door, hoping he can find value. In fact, it's a bit of an ambush play on the side as well. Smoke down to buy them an angle to fight from. The defuse, though, forces them forward. Big swing from Laroc. He'll stop the defuse. He'll turn in the right direction. And listen, I was starting to believe for a moment with what we've seen from Pacific, but finally, Job Life seal this round's fate. Put 3 on the board, and if they were to start a comeback, this would be the beginning of it.
Standing.
This at least went a little bit better for them. I think the thing is, even just the pacing at which we're seeing Pacific play out, like, happy to sell those fakes, happy to sell the ruse. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but I want to see Job Life build back into this one. A clean second round is a must. A breach with a sniper. It's how he ended the last half. And it's how he's going to start things off. Laroc is the least breach I've ever seen. It's like when Scream played it for a little bit, and you were like, oh, he's used his stuff. Oh, he's headshot 3 people. Like, it's not quite breach as it should be played. But you never know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is breach how it should be played, if you're good enough.
Yeah, I guess people are finally catching up. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I think, didn't Leo play breach a little bit? I feel like he falls in that bracket as well, where it's like, yeah, sure, he's good. Are his stuns gonna be good? Yeah. The flash is gonna be good? Yeah, sure. Is he gonna also headshot 4 people? Yeah.
Oh, Laroc's not headshot the first one, nor the second, and the nade's taking him down. Not a bad start for the defensive side. Oh, that's a terrible start.
Oh my God.
That's a terrible start.
God.
They're being shredded, and it's left into the hands of Mike. Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't a bad start, but it's a terrible ending. 11-3. We thought they had a little bit of room to breathe, a chance to grow, but That growth now stunted. They might be left on 3. Look at the economy of Job Life and Pacific, just 2 away from closing the map.
This is the Turkish team that was promised. Like, they are just raw, individually, better than their opponents right now. And I'm not going to say that on their day, Job Life can't compete, but the way that they are being beaten has just got to feel the worst. It's like you're coming up against a team that just outmatch you. Outlaw in play, and for the first time, I don't think he's got a kill with it. And actually, maybe this will be the back and forth. Mikey's done well. Even still, there's the rifles, in fact, still remaining on the other side. Nothing was able to be retrieved for Job Life.
Yeah, and Pacific are going to lock into the C site now. They've got a trap to cover their back. They don't want Job Life to retrieve weapons and have the man advantage. So it's just easier to fight into this beast at this point. They know that they can't get it from behind. And so it's going to be a plant on C site with a mound post plant. And that's horrendous. The second Magic took the smoke out, they rounded the corner.
That's so unlucky.
Wow. I mean, that you're going to be kicking yourself, but I don't blame Magic. He had to re-smoke it at some point. Just chose the wrong time. Nano already destroyed down below on site, and Larocque swings out as the smoke fades. This one's looking done and dusted. Double swing as well, perfectly timed as Kamek jumps, and then he right-clicks someone through the smoke. It looks like this guy's the main character. Everything's falling into line right in front of him.
Match point.
He's 16 years old. He's 21 and 6. Like, I'm playing a breach. I will say I can't think of his. Oh, actually, his Rolling Thunder when he shot someone in the head through the smoke was pretty good. But I can't say that we've needed a lot of deep breach utility. This has been eye-opening. It's my first cast of this Pacific roster, and I'm gonna be honest. I expected them to be good. I'm not sure I expected them to be this good.
Yeah, I'll say yesterday they were looking pretty good. Today they're on fire. Comeback, he's been hitting everything. Loida yesterday was the star of the show, or one of them alongside Comeback, but now some of the rounds out of Rose, for example, my God, Larocque's been dominating every duel he goes for, and well, I think there's a clear standard being set by Pacific. They are one of the teams to beat. Job Life haven't got what it takes here today. 13-3 as we close out map number 2. A clean 2-0 for Pacific.
Holy moly. Like, these were the two teams that were 2-0 in their group. Firstly and foremostly, congratulations to Pacific to being the first team locked into the playoffs for a young Turkish squad. That is incredibly impressive, and they have dominated here. We will be going off to a break, and then we'll be back afterwards with Loiter for the interview.
In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, way. I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl. You're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. With my king, got the blinders on. Filling my stack, yeah, high and long. Time is on, I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the Midas on. Hey, on a wave, from the cave to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. Didn't know how man stay fly, man, I just that guy and I work rate high. Didn't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. Didn't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. Didn't know, I'm a pro. Didn't know, I'm in the zone. In my zone, yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone, focus on my goals, whoa.
Who will ascend to VCT EMEA 2025?
Welcome back, everyone, and with this convincing last map, Pacific are clutching their spot in the playoffs, and we now have a winners interview joining us. Loida will be coming in for a quick chat. So first things first, of course, congratulations on the dub. You are through to the playoffs. Just first reactions, how do you feel right now? You are such a young team, and I do want to talk about that a little more, but first I want to break down the match we just saw. Ascent 10-13 for you on JL's map pick nonetheless, and you sprinkled in a different flavor there with that Phoenix. Do you want to walk me through the ups and downs of that composition and why you chose to play the Phoenix there? Could you unmute yourself very quickly in VMix? That'd be really cool. I'll get confirmation in just a second. Let's. Okay, we figure that out in just a second, and then we get Loida right back as we're trying to solve some mic issues for now. Very quick chat with Pilsky and Sam. What a dominant showing there on the last map. They're just doing cleanup work, very reminiscent of their first match on this map.
All I'm gonna say is mic issues couldn't be me. Never.
It's relatable content.
Happen. honestly. But yeah, I mean, we saw them on Lotus a couple of days ago, 13-1, absolute domination. Then we see them play it again against Mouse, and it's like, oh, what happened? Like, y'all were owning. How did it get this close, and how did you lose? And then we come back today, and yeah, okay. Now we see the domination in full force once again. It must be said, Job Life swapping up their composition almost every time they touch the map cannot be good for longevity and like any sort of like continued success. So I will put a little bit of a sprinkle on that one, and hopefully in the future we'll see them settle on something. But I mean, huge props to Pacific again, team that flew under the radar. Nobody had them as their favorites, and they're going to playoffs.
It's so exciting, Pilsky. It's so exciting for this team, and it will mean so much to these individual players.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm so sold, to be honest, like just from watching their games. Like, I'm especially on the core three, like even if they don't win Ascension, like I think Loida, Larocque, Comeback, these guys are all really legit. And then you've got some of the other guys playing some more supportive roles, or like IGLing and things like that. They just play like confident. The mechanics are there. They play off of each other really well. They play the macro really well. And I think you definitely saw it in that game. Like, both of these teams made an adaptation in terms of comp, and on a map they weren't super confident on, and it worked out much better for Pacific. They executed it much better, but also you could see it on that Lotus game that they were just kind of free-flowing. You know, they were running around the map. They were playing off of each other really well, even when the other team was trying to come and retake A main control. You had like reactive Hunter's Fury across the map, multiple waves of util. Like, they were just in kind of that flow state as a team, whereas Job Life were very janky. They were kind of like very much organized, take map control, and they were still getting outplayed, and it was just not very nice to watch, unfortunately.
It's such clean gameplay from a team that young, with players which are not as experienced for most of it anyway. Because if you're really looking at these individuals, a lot of them only just recently really started their pro career, like coming out of Union, whatnot. That is extremely impressive. Or, Sam, is this a byproduct of careless youth? They can just go into that free flow state? I wouldn't know. It's been so long for me. I don't know anymore.
Esports boomers assemble.
Actually.
No, do you know what? It's the cracked out teenagers. It has been a staple for the longest time. There are stories about players who are like 14, 15. They're not able to play in professional tournaments. They, you know, take a couple of years, get a little older, and the next thing you know, they're playing in these international tournaments, and they're absolutely dominating. And I cannot stress this enough. Turkish Jets, okay? Never mind age, never mind anything else, Turkish Jets, all right? I think that age obviously plays into it, but some regions just, you know, Russia has beautiful models, Turkey has amazing jets. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's what they say about Russia, like generally, and about Turkey. Like, those are the key elements. Now, let's take another look at our updated groups. As we said already, with this victory, Pacific Esports are through currently a flawless run through their group. They have one more match to go, but even if they lose it, it won't matter. Although I'm pretty sure they want to end it on a high note. Very exciting stuff. It's really all coming down to this. This also means we can now set the stage to our next match, which will be happening in Group A. And it will also feature a team that, as of right now, is looking undefeated. It's going to be a great match for sure. So let's shift gears and talk about CGN, which will be going up against GoNext. I'm pretty sure this is going to be a good one. Now, again, to lock it, GN, they can lock playoffs with a victory as the only undefeated team in their group, with both Apex and CGN sitting on a 2-1 score, as you just saw right now. So also, this is, of course, CGN's last match for the group stage. I'm sure they want to end it on a high note and get that 3-1 score. I believe then they can maybe avoid a tiebreak, or will get into a tiebreak. I'm not even going to get into it, because otherwise there's no math on broadcast. That's what I learned in 19 years of doing this. That's right. Let's dig a little deeper though, guys. Let's talk about these rosters. We have big names on the server, but I do want to talk about some up-and-coming players here specifically. Vince from CGN, he stood out to you, Sam.
Yeah, actually, I think that Pilsky really wanted to talk a bit about Vince, or have I got that one backwards?
No, you can talk about it. I mean,
Okay,
we both love
anyone
Vince,
can
but
talk
I know,
about
I
Vince.
know
Honestly,
Everyone
I'm
loves
happy
Vince.
to talk about Vince. I'm happy to talk about Vince, all right? Because Vince is awesome. We talk so much about the veteran talent, and to be fair, it is. It's a big talking point. They're really cool, and they've done cool stuff, and we know them. But it's the new undiscovered talent, or maybe not undiscovered, but less seasoned talent that really come through and shine so beautifully. Vince, a player who was picked up from the academy team last year. We spoke about this a couple of days ago. We spoke about how he's really proven himself. He's been I suppose you could say rewarded. They've kept him on the roster because he's played so well. And here he is at Ascension once again with some phenomenal stats, playing out of his mind. A 202 ACS, and that's on an Omen. And okay, you know, you look at your Lotus and he's on like 250 or something silly, but not everybody, not every Omen, not every controller is going to hit those numbers. For Vince to be hitting 202, that is impressive just in and of its own right.
That's
yeah, for
right.
Sure. I mean, yeah, it's been fantastic to watch him and the core. He's been part of the CGN core. I think he's picked up stage 2 and then goes straight into Ascension last year as well. So this is his second Ascension, and I'm keen to see what else he's going to do.
Indeed. Now, CGN have certainly brought the heat with some fantastic gameplay and individual performers, but they also brought a distinct flavor when it comes to some of their agent preferences. Speaking of heat, Phoenix, there you go. That's your transition, Pilsky. Let's talk about that Benny on Phoenix. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Where are we at?
Look, it's hard to say, you know. You look at the stats, and like for Duelist, it's not like crazy fragging output he's calling. As a Phoenix, he's getting first death more often than he's getting first blood, definitely taking a fair few of those more aggressive duels, and a fair few assists as well to boot. So yeah, it's definitely a unique approach to an agent, and something that, you know, even the casters kind of touched on in the interview. You know, I challenge Sam to tell us why they're winning with a Phoenix that is not, you know, outputting good fragging stats. Like, how does CGN make this work, eh?
All right, here's the source. Okay, I'm going to give it to you. Everybody gather around, listen closely. It's when you don't play Phoenix as a duelist. All right? Forget everything you've learned. Phoenix is not a duelist. Phoenix is an initiator who can heal himself. He's like Sage, but an initiator, right? So you throw down a molly, sure, it can deny a bit of sightline, but you know what it really does? It gives you a little bit of extra health. And then you throw a flash around the corner. You're not running after that flash. You're not a duelist. Your Jet's running after that flash. You're setting your Jet up for success. And that is how you make a Phoenix work. And yes, this sounds really stupid, but we actually saw it 2 days ago when they were playing on Ascent, and we looked at this Phoenix and we went, he's not playing it as a duelist. He's playing it as an initiator, which brings me back to my original argument of just play an initiator.
You don't understand. It needs to be the Phoenix. It's like their emotional support agent. Like, they just need the Phoenix presence on that server to make it work. You know what? I'm not questioning it. If it's resulting in a victory, have at it. Play whatever you want. Stats don't matter. At the end of it, it's the dubs that really matter. Now, looking at the other side here and the other team, we already mentioned it, but GoNext, they had a great run in the group stage thus far. The only undefeated team, of course, in their group. Sam, what's their recipe to success?
I think it's a little bit of the element of surprise that always, you know, takes a big important piece in the puzzle, doing things that are, you know, totally unexpected, doing things that are going to catch your opponent off guard. But you know what really, really helps? It's when you have a lineup of players that are just constantly the best at like everything that they do. Now, we've obviously spoken about Zeke at length, so I'm not going to cover that too much. If you don't know who he is by now, you haven't been paying attention. But Alexi, Profek, Mini, we talk about burst power, firepower, clutch potential. They have been MVPs in their respective regions multiple times. These are players that are constantly at the top of their game. So yeah, I suppose the secret to success is have good players.
Yeah, I mean, that you make it sound so simple, you know, just be
Forehead.
good, play better, forehead. Good advice, honestly, nothing wrong with that. It obviously comes down to those individual plays, accolades en masse on this very roster, and absolute big hero moments. I mean, if we're looking at individuals such as, for example, Mini was on fire on their match 2 day, match match in day 2. There we go, got there eventually. That was probably the clutch of a lifetime against Barca. Like, I don't even, like, my brain cannot comprehend.
Yeah, the 1v5 clutch was pretty insane to witness. They've all kind of had their moments, though. I mean, you've seen Alexi K have an insane game against Apex just the other day in their opening series to turn their fortunes around and get them the dub. This is the 1v5 from Mini that we're talking about. Like, a 1v5 in this position with a Bulldog is absolutely ridiculous, and to be fair, Barca is kind of giving it to him a little bit, but you'll take every opportunity that you can get. Profec's got fantastic stats on the controller, and I think Zeke, you know, someone who's won a literal world championship MVP, is taking a bit of a step back in this team in terms of fragging impact, and more so focusing on calling, supportive aspect, being that experienced voice, and that's a lot easier to do when you've just got so much talent surrounding you.
And actually, like, I wanted to touch on that a little bit myself, because when you look at Zeke and the fact that he has been a world champion, what happened after that, right? It kind of went quiet for a while in a very generalized sense in the international scene. We didn't see a whole lot of him, and certainly not to the degree that he had been previously world champion. Now finds himself in the Challenger League, fighting his way up through Ascension, but we may yet see him in VCT again. And as Pilsky says, in a more kind of supportive role, calling, making sure that there's structure, bringing that experience to the table, and helping elevate the team to levels that maybe they wouldn't have been able to reach previously.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a big difference to have veteran experience on a team, and quite frankly, across the board in both of these teams, there is a lot of experience. Many of these players have been either part of Ascension before or have been playing through the tier 2 scene for quite some time already, so they are familiar with the ups and downs of competitive play. I'm very excited to follow those storylines, you know, and as we're heading into the map Veto now, the big question is, where will they take us?
Yeah, it's a super interesting veto to dive into. CGN, they're going to ban Icebox, which is not super interesting. They don't really play it. You've seen a little bit of Icebox from GoNext. Ascent gets banned out. This is the most played but for CGN by far. They've got 12 reps on it since the start of Stage 2, and GoNext has a very flexible map pool, so they're quite happy to ban against their opponent's strengths.
You got to start to wonder, because generally speaking, CGN, they do, you know, ban that icebox. It's their like perma. But for GN, they've been kind of all over the place with their picks and bans, and you start to wonder, did they ban Ascent specifically because, well, it's CGN's pick. You want to get it out of the way and off the board as quickly as possible. Now CGN have to make a decision. They're going to pick Into the Bind.
Ooh.
Not the worst decision for them, but it's that Abyss. That Abyss has so many question marks on it.
It's so interesting. Like, the bind is kind of shaky for both teams in a way. Like, CGN, they're picking into a map. They've got a 4-loss streak on right now, which is making me quite concerned. At the same time, I can see why they're picking into it. GoNext has been a bit up and down. GoNext selecting a map that they're 2-0 on. Usually Abyss has been left as a third map decider, and they've won it twice in this tournament playing that Heretics comp. So we'll see if they can continue to win these games on it. CGN, on the other hand, they've changed their comp the last 2 times they played Abyss, only by 1 agent, and they're 1-for-1 on it, playing it in the play-ins as well as I think in the grand final of Dark, where they lost to Mouse. And Lotus as a decider is an interesting one for sure. I think CGN's on like a 9 streak on that map, so we'll see if they can go into the double digits here in the third map.
Yeah, I mean, they both have a lot of reps on Lotus, both actually finding quite a bit of success there. Bind and Abyss, this is going to be so interesting to see. Bind especially. Sam, do you feel like this is playing into your opponent's weakness, or what's the deal here?
There's definitely a lot of mind games going on, right? It starts with GoNext banning out Ascent, knowing that that is CGN's best map. Now CGN have that decision to make. Do they play to their own strengths, right? Do they pick something like, pick instantly into Lotus, which they know that they've been performing well on? Do they pick into something else that they have good reps on? Or do they pick something that they think might be a bit shaky for their opponent? Now, while Bind hasn't been the best map for GoNext, it's by no measure a bad map. They're 3-2 at the moment, 60%. It's not the worst position to be in the world. So there is a little bit of a gamble on this to let that come through, and not only let it come through, but to actually pick it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, Pilsky, if you're looking at their bind you go first, and then I throw the question at you, because
So here we are. Okay, think about it. All right, you just lose 4 games in a row, lose 4 maps in a row on a map to bait your opponent into the false sense of security, and then you're going to pick it in the series. That's the strat.
I see. It was
That's the
that was the
mind
long
game.
haul. That they were playing the long game there. I see what you're saying, Pilsky. I respect the mental stretch right there. My question here is, of course, what will we see from them, though? They currently are 0-2, I believe, on this map, at least in Ascension. We've seen different comps from them, though. One of them featured Deadlock. The general consensus was that was a no for most people. What are they going to run this time around? What do you think?
Yeah, Deadlock's seen popularity like that. That agent or playing it in double senti comps on Bind, on Lotus, on Ascent. So it's an interesting one. CGN swap comps like the last 3 times they played Bind, I think, and they've also swapped comp the last 2 times on Abyss. So they're quite happy to like mix and match agents, swap things in and out. We'll see how it goes for them. I mean, like I don't know. I'm not seeing like what the reasoning behind it is, but at the same time, you can't go against someone like Capio, who's literally like an OG that has won world championships like 15 years ago. So like, who am I to a mere peasant to talk to a man like that about what the map veto strategy is?
Yeah, we just wouldn't understand, Sam, would we?
No, not a clue. I mean, I coach like really low level local Valorant where like the strategy is run it down and play breach so that you can run it down harder. So yeah, my team does not play to that level of intricacy. So as Pilsky says, you know what? We'll save it for the interview.
Right on. Here's the agent select for you. What will we see? I like this. I like this.
That
So
is
we're
certainly
going-
a Sage.
Yeah, we're going double controller, Sage. Single init could be an issue only on the Sova, and we're mixing in the Sova, which this almost feels like a dated comp. Like back in the day, you used to see Sage and Sova on Bind, so they're bringing back the old school.
That's right. We're ready for some vintage Valorant gameplay. Let's see what those teams have in store for us. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much to our analyst desk. Yes, it's time to jump into this game, CGN and GoNext. Tom, we've got quite a game on our hands. GoNext have been doing a pretty remarkable job of running through these teams in the tournament so far. Now, they've done the A's, they've done the B's. It's them, right? They've got the C's left to go. CGN on the attack side here on Bind.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those matches where I'm excited to see how it goes, and it seems like Anguist has already gone off to a pretty poor start. I've been a big fan of what we've seen from Mini so far, especially. I think him and Alexi have been utter superstars, and while kicking things off already in this pistol, it is just wow, it's clean. They've had 3 1v1s, they have won 3 1v1s, and that leaves, well, in case you're bad at math, 2 people remaining.
Thank you for that, Tom. I was actually struggling through it. I was getting the fingers out to count along, but
Can't
you
wait
solved
for the
that one for
6-2
me.
half.
Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yes. Well, I think CGN, they've still got a chance whenever Benny's alive, but it's a sad day, Tom. I mean, not getting to see Benny on that Phoenix is always a disaster of a map. I want to see his hot hands out burning up the server, but it ain't happening here today. Well, I say today. See you on Abyss.
Yeah, I was about to say, if we went with their old comps, we might have seen it on the first 2 maps, but we'll see. They've already changed this one to bring in a Sage. Not really sure what the plan was here. I think it was just wait it out and hope that they left, but they haven't. So it's going to be a second kill already for Mini and for Davi. A lot still to be desired. Not to be the case. It is a flawless pistol round for the side of GoNext, and well, I'm sure for CGN's sake, they're going to hope that there's some pretty drastic changes here, because you also have to bear in mind from their perspective, for GoNext, this is more of a battle than anything else, because you've got a victory that will obviously take GoNext to playoffs. For CGN, this is their last match within the group stage. So if they lose this one, they're 2-2. And it would come down to whether or not Apex lose and whether or not someone else can get up to 2-2 as well, I believe, because they don't have the head-to-head versus Apex. It gets very confusing, in other words, for CGN if they lose. If they win, they put themselves in at least a pretty solid position. For now, though, It is a stellar start once again for the side of GoNext.
Still plenty of players to deal with and always danger in these rounds. Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, I think it's fair to describe a side like GoNext as favorites. CGN have given some good teams a run for their money. I mean, the only loss they have is Apex, and like I discussed with Benny yesterday, you know, they really could have won that on both maps. Nice shot by Vince. There's the danger we were talking about, always lurking. Now down to a 4v4.
Fully smoked.
Yeah, opportunities, time ticking. It seems like actually Alexi's going to get caught in no man's land. An open position that allows for a gun to go into the opponent's hands. A huge opportunity for CGN. The wall looking to just make things a bit more awkward for anybody to try and get in and deny that plant, but that isn't to be the case. And with two snipers here, you almost rely on your opponents making a little bit of a mistake and over-peeking to give them anything. Instead, it's going to be that rifle retrieved, the judge trying to take close quarters, but for the majority of this attacking side, they have fallen back passive and already put another on the death toll.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, it's a bit of chaos leaving Bold to do it all, and he might just have it. One more player to find. Oh, the Molly's got it across the line for Vince. That was a hell of a try from Bold, but not quite enough this time. 1-1, and those dangers that were lurking, they came out in full force. That's a solid answer back from CGN.
Yeah, just being able to get those openers. We've seen this quite a bit from our fantastic Brimstone players, just holding on to the utility until the very last moment. But I think Benny did a fantastic job, and of course Bold did exactly what he could. Now this was actually the map that I feel like Bold sort of made a name for himself with that old Ballista roster. He was a very good caller when it came to this map, and they actually run a Phoenix themselves, so not the case anymore, and their opponents haven't done it either. The problem now though, okay, you got Bold still holding on to a judge. He's brought another one into the round. Just going to try and hold on to Hookah and the B site. For the rest, they're left with very little. Alexic, though, has started off strong.
So is Davey. 2 kills, but in comes Alexic on another, equalizing it. And they can't really give that up for CGN. It'd be weapons acquired by their opponents. And the process of taking space. Mini's landed a beautiful headshot, a worldie of a round from Mini. 2 kills with Alexic, tripling up to close this one out. Wow, they didn't appreciate losing that previous round, and they've certainly made it right.
Yeah, I don't know if made it right. So, like, that felt wrong, but I get what you're saying. They brought balance to the world by losing an eco and then immediately winning one back. But yeah, some filthy shots connected by both Alexi. Like, the fact that Alexi is the one that kicks off that round and is able to hold on to that position for the entirety of it, it's going to send the economy right back into the bin for CGN. These are sort of the worst possible starts you can have, because it's not even like they retrieved any weaponry in the last round, because they only had one player surviving. Element is now going to try and fight versus the judge, and he wins. Okay.
Close range as well. Yeah, that wasn't just from far back. Posturing. My guy wanted to get up in his face. It's worked. Zeke. On the other side of that wall, there's danger brewing. Not just Benny. He only has a classic, but Vince, player who had a big footprint in a previous round. That's a beautiful pit.
No.
Clean punish by Zeke. And the site control stays in their favor. Deep nade as well. This is going to force them out in the open. Huge punishes from the defensive side to claim back favor.
Yeah, the utility of this round has been the major difference. Profek up close. I don't think... What? Like, the fights that I'm expecting players over on the GN side to win, they're not. Davi's been able to turn things back. Another coming up, not the Hunter's Fury. This guy's too good with that ultimate. He's hit a tag as well to bring another low. Zeke, low on HP. Somehow, again, in these low purchase rounds, they managed to do so much. Now, Vince, he wants to try and escape. He wanted to try and have that post plant that we've seen from him in the prior, but instead, Davi's going to be the one to try and fight this back in a 1 versus 2. with Alexic and Zeke, the Eeks on the other side. They face him together, and although he does quite a bit of damage, it doesn't really matter in the end. Still close, still a little bit worrying, especially with what Davi was able to do, but it's still going to be the 3-1 in favor of GoNext.
Especially after losing out that last clutch to the Eeks, it's got to irk them a little bit on CGN. They start opening duel, they get picked apart by well-placed utility, and not to mention the position they're in round-wise, having gone up 1-1, equalized after losing the pistol, and a couple of mistakes end up costing them not just that round, but many rounds afterwards. The potential lead that they had, just a thought now, just a dream, as GoNext start to run away with this one, building up economy, decent amount on the board, everything invested for CGN. And it's an operator on Alexic that will truly strike fear into the heart of most teams. In fact, CGN, know it or not, they are running to the other side of the map.
They've felt the celestial force of an operator on one side. This is where they all go through the TP and die to it anyway. That would be the real kicker. But instead, they're walking into the 1-2 punch. Bold with a smoke. He's a bit late. He's very late, in fact. Now, the flash is going to go through, but I think Zeke thinks better of it. Doesn't want to overextend. Doesn't want to trade his life out as well. But definitely a bit of mistiming from the side of GoNext, and that's given an opener to CGN.
It absolutely has. They have the advantage, and now it's getting a little bit better. Element drops Zeke, the re-aggression down B long, the expected rotate to the A site no longer in play. GoNext now play blind. You don't know if that was a lurker left behind. It's a raise, so perhaps unlikely, but they could have been resetting for defaults. This push could be coming in anywhere. And little do they know, it's Mini that will be tested. Just peppering up a few shots through that smoke and finding nothing. Here comes the entire attacking side. Snakebite too, it's going to be lined up.
I thought for a second Mini might be able to get away with a little bit more, but it's only going to be the one. And with the res, they're going to make sure that this round doesn't have any chance of going anywhere. Especially with how the economy is right now for CGN. I think that holds a lot of value. Just making sure that you keep all of the guns. And for the defensive side, if they get both of these players out alive, they'll have a buy for the next round. You still have a couple of thousand on everybody except for Alexic. For now, though, there is a little bit of a hunt. Not much of one. Just checking towards the spawn, but this double up, this crossfire, should be enough for GoNext to hold on to the guns. A good recovery, though, from CGN, because it's one of those rounds where the timing worked out for them, but then they're just patient. And I think this is something this team is very good at. It's not necessarily overextending. I was a bit worried for Profek there. And Alexic, he might get one for free. Yeah, he's going to make it a bit more costly in the end.
Indeed, running the cost up slightly. Even more receipts to submit, but Benny not on the Phoenix, able to deliver that opening. He's still feeling confident for early fights, building up that res through the walls. We've seen him do it on Haven. There'd be no surprise he's doing it again here. On the GoNext side, the growth in this series stunted slightly. It looked like this could have been a big lead and then running away with it. But like we said, they built up economy. So there's not going to be any cowering away and taking an eco. They'll be able to get a full investment coming into this round. Showstopper and Orbital Strike. One better than what Element can bring to the table. We have got a technical pause to belay some of this aggression, but it won't last very long. CGN, as soon as those barriers go up, I think this is going to be an all-out push for the B side.
Yeah, I am curious to see how this one goes, because you have to bear in mind this was a pick from CGN. Now, CGN on this map, their record on it is really not fantastic. Like they lost to Barca already. They lost to Galacticos playing in the play-ins as well. They lost the last two times they played it regionally. Now, obviously, there's been quite a change in terms of their composition and what they're running, but at the same time, it's something where you kind of sit there and go, okay, to pick that into an opponent who, okay, lost it last, but other than that, had decent wins versus the likes of Ascent regionally as well. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad map for their opponents. And then going into the second map as well, you'd kind of lean it in the favor of GoNext just because we've actually seen them a little bit more recently playing over on Abyss, and it's looked pretty comfortable for them. So I'd say for CGN, this was definitely a pocket pick. This was one where, yeah, they had plans to change back to a slightly less over-the-top, overzealous composition, one revolving around Deadlock or Phoenix, or in some cases, both. But even still, it's one where you kind of sit there and go, yeah, maybe you've got the scrims, maybe you've got the reps on it, but this doesn't feel like they're coming in with a mass advantage. Like I'm going, this is theirs, this is an easy choice. No, on record alone, you'd say they'd lose, but obviously, as we can see, they're not running the same stuff they were running before.
Right here.
A new dawn and a new day. Barriers about to go up. CGN, showstopper to work with. Orbital strike. They need to be cautious of. They definitely know that the Brimstone is close by. In fact, they've spotted him and they are hunting him down relentlessly. Orbital strike used to belay that. Cancel the push for a moment, but Brim falls regardless, and the rocket is still here to clear the space. Spawn wide open, they'll drop out, and the spike is rallying to meet the team on the B site. Clean take from CGN. All that remains is to get the spike down, and they're going to use the orb on Anguist. He just one away from the pit. I thought for a second they might swap the plant over, but of course Vince just one away from orbital strike as well.
Hero play attempted, and it's just disjointed from the rest. I think that's actually been the major problem so far in this B site, is we've seen that now in 2 rounds where Bold takes, well, the first time it was a mistake on timing. That time it was him trying to take space and take a fight individually, which I'll be honest, his kit doesn't really help for that. Like, you're playing as a Brimstone. The thing you hope to see from a Brim is delaying or clearing some of these angles on the retake. Instead, Bold tries to fight, and then because of that, later in the round, we see Zeke try and be a hero to bring the round back into contention. These aren't the players I want to see doing that. Like, especially when you have an operator on Alexic, him taking those early fights, taking control, I'm perfectly happy with. I'd say Mini as well. He's been off to a flyer of a start. Someone who's been hitting crazy shots. So I'm just a little bit, I guess, frustrated with, I feel like the 2 rounds that GoNext have had slip away from them on the B site have been the same. Over-aggression from Bold, getting caught, and then Zeke trying to save the day. And both times it's failed.
Well, time to search for a new plan, and this timeout will give them the opportunity to do that. We're at 3-3, and we've been experiencing most of the time pretty close games, especially when CGN are involved. They're always scrappy. Again, you only have to look to that Apex loss. I think it was definitely it went the distance on one of the maps, like 13-11, and then there were 2 overtime games in there. CGN as well throughout those maps, they're always giving a little bit of leeway and then dragging themselves back up, or vice versa. Seen the same thing this time around. They've used a showstopper in the previous, and that's the thing, it was like a relatively light investment to get into the site. Showstopper gaining them all the space, the opening, it also, yeah, kind of got the opening duel. It traded out the orbital strike, and Bold went, well, we've lost control over one side of this site, we have to take back something else, right? So he peeks out on long, loses the duel, and that's all just on the back of one little ultimate. And CGN, before that timeout, the tech pause even occurred, they were waiting outside those barriers. That was the A game, the A plan, and it worked out perfectly.
It seems like this is going to be I'm guessing some sort of aggressive start, because Alexi's given up his operator to Zeke. He now has a showstopper, so I think the expectation is it's going to be the same play again. And so they've got Zeke as contact with the op, and then the showstopper in case they do the same thing. Now, CGN are not doing the same thing. They are patiently waiting outside of that A site. And as of right now, we're going to see whether or not the defense are able to hold this. Bear in mind, Bold, also on that other side of the map, only has himself a shotgun. The players on A do have rifles.
They do indeed. Well, Mini had a rifle. He hasn't even got his life to hold on to anymore. Profek, though, this drop element stops the push towards the back of the site, holds the safe haven for his teammates to rotate into. Now ready to take this fight, but everybody has left the B site. The teleporter could be a great option for CGN. They've tapped the spike, but they don't intend to plant it, at least not for the moment. Looking for the response from their opponents. Waiting for GoNext to reveal their hand. Nothing's come in. Another tap. And there it is, the showstopper, and it's fired onto the planter. That's Vince destroyed. Spike in the open. And it looks like GoNext want to contest for that, holding the walkout from bench. Beautiful stuff for Profek. Another player down. And they really may consider taking that teleporter. They are stacked up on the side of GoNext.
Yeah, the thing is, it's become such common play to have someone wait on the other side, and with the amount of time left, it would be walking into risky territory. So CGN are trying to fight out of this, but with 5 HP, well, there's definitely no time for it now. The only goal from Benny is to just hold onto the gun, and with low weaponry, but a pretty solid setup, GoNext have managed to win themselves a round out of the blue. And I feel like, yeah, I feel like CGN, I don't blame them for not necessarily using the TP. As said, it's heading into unknown territory, but I do think they were just a little bit too hesitant with what they were doing and desperately trying to bait out that showstopper for maybe a little too long.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it, right? They just kept pump faking it, and there was no response. GoNext just sat, waited, slowly chipped away at the wall, and I mean, I guess they were quite conscious as well. You pop the showstopper, chance they just run away if they're in position close to the teleporter and have a tough time. The reward here was massive. The lead back into GoNext's hands. The little bit of aggression on A side is all they have to go off of for now, but taking a look at where Zeke is, he's used a flash. No one spotted. He's clearing out B. It's only a matter of time until GoNext figure out where this hit's coming in.
A whole lot of defense there with an orbital strike. It could be used for post, but if it is used over in lamps, it would be a troublesome position from Bolt to fight from. Rotation is coming back in from Mini. I think this time there should be a safe space to get the plant in. And the only thing is, Bolt has actually used his Molotov to try and section them apart. The wall up and above. Benny goes down instead. And now they have a chance to actually try and isolate these other two players. The hold from Element needs to land a couple of shots, but he's completely missed a beat. Davy wasn't really there to defend him. Looking to try and fall back a little bit, and Zeke might have just hit the timing. He's looking to try and make his way through the back of the pit while the wall is being broken, while distractions are being had. They're completely unaware that he's coming in behind them, but Vince at the last second turns back around. And now with just Mini outside the back, just looking to try and hold on to a gun. Again, the economy won't allow for a risk to be taken. CGN are going to respond once more.
Like I said, I'll give you a little bit of leeway, but they will claw their way back up to that score line. You never get far away from CGN. 4-4. This is a squad scrapping for their position. It's been a couple of rounds where they're even behind, but still able to fight their way back. I said that takeaways to some of these players like Element, who we've seen at the top level for such a long time, and even when they go down, players who we've seen at the middle level, I suppose. Davey, this guy, yesterday it was exactly the same, Tom. Every Hunter's Fury, I think there's one that I remembered because it was, he didn't get a kill. Other than that, it was 1-2. At least half HP on the second player. Love seeing his Hunter's Furies, and I'm sure we're going to get a couple during this map, already halfway to his. But in terms of ultimates, it is just a Viper's Pit from GoNext that's online, and this is already being used to, well, usually to send your opponents in the other direction. CGN are still grouped up outside it. They might have an idea how they want to deal with this. They've got a drone, they've got a boom bot, plenty to work with. Even the slow as well, stop them getting out.
It's always nerve-wracking when it's a judge. I have to take a bit of damage to get close. Instead, it seems like they might avoid him altogether. That would mean facing into Alexic instead. And it seems Mini is going to go for the rotation as well. With the deep control Bold has, it's understandable. Waiting for that initial shot. The spam not quite connecting. And in fact, Profek has been eliminated immediately. There is a response, but the pit no longer defends them. The flank expected as well by CGN. They are holding their ground, and with plenty of time to play with, the shots just aren't quite clean enough. Somehow still, Alexic stands. Zeke alongside him as well, and gets the timing almost perfect on that swing. That looked like a round that was going to slip out of the hands, but the experienced player within this roster is the one to take it over the line.
Oh yeah, he certainly gets the job done, but teed up. I mean, Alexic 10-3 right now. That guy is on fire. slowing down the push to start with. Once Element grabs that and Viper's Pit's out of play, you think that that's got to be the round. Slipping out of control, a flurry of frags, but then Alexic stands strong, does damage, draws their eye. They're all focused on taking him down. And Zeke can blindside them just like that. There's a couple of assists on the board that raise, and well deserved, but the kills, they go his way nonetheless. Thing is, taking a look over at GoNext, 1 orb away from Mini having a thrash. They might want to fight for this B long control. It's a danger for Element to be around, and that's exactly what's occurred. A flash through an early peak. Still haven't taken the orb though. They're resetting back. They don't need thrash, at least in their mind. Alexic's making sure that's a reality.
He manages to take down Davy. Doesn't overextend, but goes back for a little more. Puts the advantage firmly in his team's hands. They're already going to spot out Benny. Doesn't really tell them too much. In fact, Mosh goes over, but it's a little bit too late. Not going to deny the plant. The defensive side are going to have to go for a full rotation. Vince does still have his Molotov, but we've already seen plenty of rounds slip away by just the clock alone. I also see that Benny has his wall, so he could section off the Lamp's position in the late round. So it's going to funnel them all through a similar position, a crossfire that's there. Already, the first kill is going to go Vince's way. The second as well. And now that orbital strike is available. He's just going to fall back as far as possible, buy as much time. And with the slow, there is no escape, surely. Even still, it's a little bit dangerous. But that clock has surely gone too far. Mini may have found his opponent of Vince. But it will be another round back and forth. CGN equalize again.
At least he ends up with the thrash online for the next. But yeah, equalization after equalization. I got sick of saying neck and neck yesterday and the day before and the day before. But here we are. I feel like this team is just competing for every round. You know, we see some squads go for more standard play, I think. You take the ecos, you run it down, you maybe have a chance to do a little bit of damage. But the CGN side, I feel like they come into every single round and think, we can win this. We will win this. And I guess if you got Benny on Phoenix, you have to. Now they've just got used to that as a way of thinking, a way of living. Benny opening it up with a wide swing onto Alexic. Spam leaves Mini on 36. Flash is good, but still the kill goes to Benny. He's used to all that nonsense. Anguis trading out Element, and the damage done in favor of CGN. This one seems to be locked in.
Oh, okay. I didn't expect Bolt to get anything with his initial crosshair placement. And for Profek, well, he's got light shields. That is all. Hope for damage slim. Well, for Benny, it wouldn't be too bad if he can get that ultimate online. I'm sure not in the way he was hoping for. Actually, you know what? With the light shields picking up a rifle, there's at least a little bit of extra hope. He's got the credits that he could still go for this, and it wouldn't be too much of a cost to them in the next round, although I'm sure if something doesn't show itself soon, Profek might just decide to hold on to this. He's already spotted the gun of one. That's the first. The second player is not going to be as easy, though. Making it out of this window is a tough task, and well, Anguis makes sure it's a task that never occurs. CGN, they will take the lead. And for GoNext, well, 6-6-half is the best case.
They win the pistol, equalized 1-1. Managed to fight 3-1 up. And I think we've been back and forth for the most part since then. This is, well, and by that logic, I suppose GoNext are about to win this. And they have got the ultimates by their back, but so too does CGN. An early showstopper from Alexic, perhaps. Well, there's a res online for Benny after his battles in the previous round. That's going to be a problem for GoNext to deal with. You got a showstopper in return for Element. GoNext with a couple ults and the orbital strike about to come online. Good position to play from. I guess for both teams, this is going to be a anxiety-inducing finale.
Early information hunted for again. Seems like the TP might be sectioned off, not wanting to allow for quick rotations. Maybe a little bit wary of a showstopper on the other side. And well, Bold is going to play no part in this round. It's left on to Zeke to be the hero of the B side once again, but this time, no chance. Mini will immediately use his ult, trying to put it in tandem with his teammate Showstopper, but it isn't to be. Nothing that GoNext are attempting is succeeding, and CGN have an answer for everything being thrown at them. Mini's spot is being watched like a hawk, and no trouble for Vince. And while Profek is trying to clear a close corner, his teammates, his brothers, have all fallen around him. A chance, but it's not going to happen. 7-5. Really solid resurgence from CGN as they'll take the half.
Oh, they'll have the lead moving into the next. A good position to play from on their map pick. Let's test out how their defense can match up against their opponent GoNext after the break. Welcome back, folks. 7-5 to CGN. Their defensive side about to be tested before our very eyes. GoNext, they've had a good run of it so far, but a couple of rounds, you know, it feels like they got the foundations into place, and every time CGN knocked down their first build, like they were never able to really get any legs to the positions they put themselves in, Tom.
Yeah, I think a lot of it, especially the last couple of rounds, came off some like big individual brilliance, and then at the beginning, it just felt like they were trying to make a lot of plays, and CGN were very, very good at just waiting for them, like being ready for anything they were going to attempt. Their default, we've talked about this team being slow and methodical, and I think it worked for them, and just being able to find a lot of those openers, bait players into risky positions. And I think for Bold, someone who's been fantastic this tournament, this was one of the rougher halves. It seemed like every play he attempted to make didn't really work out too well. Nonetheless, going into the attack side, when there has been success on this map for the side of GoNext, it's been on this attack. You're talking about 9-3 half versus Ascent the last time they won, 11-1 versus a team with a, well, they're called Trash Can. I don't know why you'd call yourself Trash Can, but that's someone they beat 11-1 on this attack.
I don't know what you mean. You know our good friend Dwag over in a different esport, he plays for the Bin Men. So I think it's you know, it's a respectable industry. Some of my first best friends were Bin Men.
And you want them to pick up?
I reckon they'd be good at esports.
Trash Can.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe.
Anyway.
Oh.
Toxin screen down.
Anguista's done well, at least. That's going to be the start that they were looking for on the defensive side. Now, unfortunately, the rest are stuck behind a wall. So they're now going to have to go running through. And the man waiting on the other side for them is Element, looking for the timing of the nade. Looks like he might do a little bit of chip damage onto Zeke, but that's all she wrote. Zeke, in the meantime, is looking to fight forward. Mini alongside, already putting this back into an equal position. I don't believe he's been able to pick up any of his utility as of yet. So looking like they're just going to have to take this one with the firefights, which for GoNext a lot of the time is exactly what they're looking for. And in a blink of an eye, Profek and Zeke are putting the rest down. A pistol under the belt of GoNext, a much needed one, it feels. And if I'm not mistaken, the second one they've had so far in this series.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Tom. It is the second pistol that they've managed to pick up. We'll see if they can connect their second round, though, because that's where the real problem started to brew. CGN, I wouldn't be surprised if they felt confident and went for a little bit of an investment after their success previously, but it is just going to be a couple of sheriffs. Anguist, a player I feel like we haven't got to mention quite as much as the other day. Did, good performance by CGN still, but I think especially when Anguist gets onto a sentinel role, he's doing a remarkable job. And that makes me think that coming into this Viper defense, we could be saying Anguist's name a couple more times.
Well, you kind of have to hope so for their sake, although I'm assuming he'll probably be back on Sentinel when they head over to Abyss. And wow, here you go already. Anguist with the start. Now, he's got to try and delay a little bit more. The rest of his team are hightailing it from the other side of the map. They'd stacked up B originally. Anguist's going to stop them getting the plant down, make things that little bit more awkward. Now, they have spotted that the rotations are in. Not quite the control that GoNext would have wanted, but even still, it becomes a much tougher task coming into a retake with pistols than it was finding that opener, but maybe not for Anguist. Already a second on the board. They're probably looking at his teammates, wondering when they're going to make their face known. Make their push, and well, he might just do it all. Davi's gonna steal away the ace, but now it's left onto Profek, trying to spam, but I think realizing that the Vandal holds much more value. For once, Mitch has not cursed a player, and he's had a massive round.
I actually watched this one earlier in advance.
Okay.
These games are all pre-recorded and whatnot, so yeah. My tip of the day, Vince this round. Wow, just wait till you see what he does. No, in all seriousness, what the hell is this guy doing? And this is why, like, I feel like as a Sentinel, he's so good at conceding space and then just popping up and surprising you. He's a little jump scare, jack in the box. And this time around, he's picking them up, early aggression, reset the bath, swing out for a kill, and then do the same thing a little bit later while the team's pushing back in. Really, really nice stuff. And again, GoNext are denied their second round. That's got to be depressing.
God, it's been a rough spot for them. Now, they did manage to win the third, but I'm not sure you can bank on that necessarily happening again. Alexic is already looking to try and take that space with a little bit more conjecture, but they're meeting their maker once again. And their maker is the same person. Anguist over to the Sheriff. Finally, he's been dealt with. That will be a rifle now in the hand of every single player. The push through from Mini, though, it seemed like that was never going to work, and in fact, nothing has worked. All the remainder will be cleaned up easily. Sure, it wasn't much of an investment for the side of GoNext, but with the position they found themselves in, I think they would have hoped for a little bit more.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Around it, again, Anguist steps up and does a little bit of damage.
One enemy remaining.
I think him going down is more or less, well, he's got a Viper's Pit for this round. I don't think he's going to worry all too much, even if he had to go to a weaker weapon, but that's certainly not a thought for this squad. Still carrying forward a Bulldog. Good old Vince is going to keep the weaker weapons alive, and Viper's Pit activated off rip. No control over Bath is the only concern. But it looks like that will be covered in a little later by Davey.
It feels like a response is needed from GoNext to win both pistols, lose both second rounds. It's got to eat away at you. And as said, like this map felt like it could have been a middle ground for them. Sure, it's the choice of their opponents, so losing it definitely wouldn't be the end of the world, but they've had their opportunities, they've had their moments. And losing a round to a single Sheriff on Anguist is maybe something that they'll be thinking about later tonight if this doesn't go to plan. But now they're moving away from the Viper's Pit, not going to gamble the same way that Element did and look to try and take down Anguist. And I can understand why. Killing him even when you had a huge advantage didn't work out. The problem is if there's a Viper's Pit on one side, there's probably a stack up on the other.
Yeah, and that's a lesson they're about to learn the hard way. The slow. Well, Zeke managed to dodge the nade inside of it, but they're not dodging the bullet, and that's the real problem. Down goes the spike in the open as the little guy falls, and with that, so too do the chances of this round going the way
10 seconds left.
of GoNext. They're going to do exactly that, move to the next round, but that's double digits locked in for CGN, where they've lost both pistol rounds as well. This is a staggering lead to have, and Vince hammering home the point by taking Profek down. That's another rifle removed from the pool of the attackers, Tom. That's a huge blow now to the attacking side of GoNext, and this round lost so quickly from the second they decide to make the push happen.
Yeah, no, this one was rough. Like, it didn't even look particularly close, and you can see that the GoNext side are going to take themselves a pause, trying to find something to turn this back. The problem is the way the economy's gone has left them with very, very little to play with here. The rifle saved by Mini, but even buying light shields might put him out for the next round. The economy won't be enough for him to really purchase everything up, even if he wanted utility beside it. And then when you look back at what's on the other side, well, you've got a couple of players with over 7,000 credits, over 4,000 for everybody else. Like, they are in an amazing position financially. It does feel like we're slowly heading our way to that second map, and with CGN having an advantage, and with the way things kicked off, with the way their group is going, it's going to make things very interesting. The team that made it through the play and potentially going to be 3-1. GoNext will play against Desire in their next game, and Apex will obviously face off against Barca. We could have a three-way tie with teams at 3-1 if GoNext aren't to win this. If GoNext do win, I believe it
locked in,
guarantees them that spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think mathematically, same position as Pacific would be in, right? They'd be straight through. There's a lot riding on this game, and I'm sure even if they haven't had that close of a look, the players can kind of figure out 5 teams. We have 3 wins. We're in. GoNext, 5 players grouped up towards the A site. A lot of weaker weapons. They're not going to commit to it fully either. Just breaking the wall, a little bit of housekeeping, but only 55 seconds to make a decision on where they're going.
Again, the buy's not great, but we've seen them do more with less. The goal will be surely to try and set up Mini. He's going to be the last man in. In fact, not particularly close to the action when they do look to make their way through. Zeke has been lost for nothing. The info found Davi again, the utility king. We talk about his ultimates, but that dart has made that kill so incredibly easy for his team. And while it's a risk taken by Bold, you can understand it. At this stage, a 3 versus 5, an attempt to try and get something was impossible. Oh! Maybe not. Profek has somehow pulled that one out of nowhere. Another for Mini as well. Somehow they're finding life in this round, and he's still alive. I don't know how. Profek has got another one on 5 HP. This man looking to try and take over everything. But he's up against Davi, someone who has had his moments time and time again. It was an incredibly nice attempt, but an attempt is all it will be.
I saw the bullet whiz past Davies' head from his POV just to his left. That was incredibly close to ripping it clean off, and what a clutch that would have been. And a round, I mean, not a round needed in the sense of when they came into it. Would I say they need to win this? Absolutely not. They need to kill 2 people would maybe be impressive. But a round that would have been so valuable for them, keep CGN modest early on, which they did with the damage, I suppose, but there's so many credits there. More importantly, turn the tide in their favor, close that gap where now CGN are facing GoNext, who if they make one mistake, one little error, there's no more room for winning it in regulation. They'll have to hope for an overtime. They'll have to hope for 6 rounds in a row or whatever the gap is at that point. And even with a lot of ultimates coming online, Tom, they're going to have to be careful not to dump them all into one round and leave CGN with an alley-oop.
That's the thing. It would have been a nice one just because all they really need at this stage is rounds. Like, doing damage to their opponent's economy is irrelevant. Like, Davi survives that round, has 8,300 credits, but everybody else is still in a position where they can buy it for 1, if not 2 rounds. In fact, they're even juggling the economy just to make sure that they don't waste those extra credits. Sure, yeah, you come in with a showstopper and Thrash, but at this stage you need to have that combo breaker. You need to start streaking rounds together. Definitely not the greatest start. They've blocked things off a little bit, and immediate... Oh, I think that's the first one I've ever seen from Davi that's got nothing. But instead, we've seen the walkthrough. Profik doesn't clear the angle, and the ult doesn't even get anything either.
That is a disappointing start. GoNext already with the disadvantage, but Bold quick to pull it back. The spams taking him desperately low, holding on by a thread, and that breaks quite quickly. Anguist up close, catches the return onto Alexic, and with Zeke down, Mini's the only man left. 1 versus 4, no utility. There's no post plant for this. He's just got to rip the heads clean off, and there's too many players, and there's a wall in the way. Defuse right behind it. This one is done. They've done it quickly enough to reposition that orb and give it to Benny. 4 away from a res and 6 chances to close this map out.
Yeah, I think caught out by an unorthodox position or 2. Not checking the corner as they walk out. I think he could have been below and they still wouldn't have checked him. But it does feel like GoNext maybe a little bit checked out at this map already. The streak of rounds continues, 5 in a row for this defensive side. And well, let's put it this way, the buys aren't getting any better. The Thrash and Showstopper used with little to no effect. Sure, they have an orbital strike at a Viper's Pit, but it comes down to the point that they need a whole lot more. An immediate clear of lamps, but as said, the reads from CGN have been perfect. They had nobody there.
Davies down, but Anguist. Defensive side Viper, man, it has just been on fire, and a third kill acquired. Anguist is in for 4. He looks just for the final kill, and Ace with 1 more. The swing is good. It's Mini on the other side, and he'll rob him of that opportunity. But he might not be able to steal the map away. 3 players still to drop. A hard round to find the solution to. A tough one to fix. CGN look to steal this map away. It's done. Surely Mini makes a damn good try of it. Puts it down to just Vince. There was a double swing, and Benny got a taste of his own medicine through the wall. The final kill. Just a few bullets away, but Vince hammers home the map for CGN.
I never faced that man's Bulldog. You've always got to give him the respect, but CGN, well, they've earned it. They win themselves that first map. They take the victory on a map they'd lost 4 times in a row, Mitch. And honestly, overall, an impressive performance from them.
This has been a competitive game to start out. We were neck and neck, scrapping for it, but something happened. When CGN hit the defensive side, they've taken it here. 1 more map, at least, after the break.
Zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa. zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
Welcome back, one and all. Zoe here, joined by Pilsky and Sam. We have a match to break down. Listen, this was a little scrappy, bit of a back and forth, but there is so much to discuss here. Where do we even start, right? Like, let's talk about the map pick here first, because it felt like watching this match, I don't think GN actually expected the bind to come out. For obvious reason,
No.
They did not look like they had a plan for this.
Yeah, CGN, it's kind of crazy. Like, you lose the last 4 games of bind in a row, and then you go ahead and pick it in a series, which might be the most important game of you going through to the playoffs of Ascension. Like, that is risky business. That is not something I would ever do. To be honest, as a coach, if I suggested that to my players, they'd probably straight up tell me no and disregard what I said, but it worked out beautifully.
You might be fired after a suggestion like that.
Probably.
Let's be real. Yeah, that's what I cut people off. Either way, it worked out for them. Hit them with the element of surprise. Also, of course, it's another day, another bind comp for CGN here as well. We talked about Benji and the Phoenix that he likes to run. He's abandoned the Phoenix and switched over to the Sage, while GN kept it pretty vanilla comp-wise. How do we feel about the composition that they run, and how did it work out?
It definitely felt like stepping into a time machine, and we kind of said that at the start as well. But then as the game went on, there was so much of that nostalgia, like the Sage wall for plant, the Sage wall for defuse, you know, slow orb into orbital strike, just these like really small nostalgia moments that most teams have veered away from just because there are better options. But I think that that's a part of what made it strong. You know, it was unexpected. It was something like, who remembers how to play against the Sage on this map? So it was definitely a surprise or a Sova for that matter, you know, a bit of a weird one, but they made it work.
Yeah, I think it was interesting because it was kind of like CGN going back to a comp that was kind of working for them, like before the 4-game loss streak on bind. They were playing this exact comp with a Gecko, except the only change they've made is they've gone back to this comp and away from the Phoenix again, put Benny back on the Sage, and they've got Davey on the Sova, which is a comfort pick for him. We even heard the casters talking about his Hunter's Fury, so there you go.
There you see it in the lower third. CGN, they win and bind for the first time in 5 encounters. They played the long game. They were in their heads. They knew exactly what they were doing. At least that's the narrative we're running here on the desk, because why not?
It worked. You pointed it out, but GoNext, like, legitimately, they didn't look like they were well prepared for that. They looked a little bit lost on that attacking side. I don't know how much is down to like how the game went for them, but they did not look like they expected that map pick out of CGN at all.
And surely there's a part of like CGN pick bind. They never win bind. Whatever. This is gonna be easy. And then you get into the map, and apparently it's not easy. And then you have to scramble to like recalibrate yourselves and figure out what you're going to be doing. And on the defensive side, they were kind of keeping that momentum, kind of stemming the flow a little bit. But on the attacking side, it just felt like they had no idea how to get in onto the site. They were blocked off at every avenue. I'm really impressed that CGN made that work.
Yeah, I love the value we saw from the Sage there in that composition. Now, if we are looking and discussing the flow of this very game, I feel like thanks to the Thrifties, there was no such thing as flow here, Pilsky.
Yeah, I mean, you win both pistols and then you lose both second rounds. Take it from me, someone whose challenges team literally lost stage 2 trying to qualify for Ascension to getting thriftied in the second round on the last map. It is an absolute nightmare. It messes everything up. You know, you could see just how much damage it does to the economy. And although, you know, GoNext were able to recover it with their own thrifty in the second half, they get thriftied again. And it just puts them in a horrible position. And credit to CGN for some very sharp shooting. And I'd agree, like, with what Sam was saying as well. What messed up the flow as well was compositionally, like, you're playing against a Viper pit on short A Sage wall in hookah, and a disruptive Brim smoke on long B. You only have so many options on the map in the early to mid round, and it felt like half the time GoNext were getting funneled and they forgot how to kind of play against that old meta style.
I will say that, so Bind in and of itself is one of those maps where it really rewards you for playing a little bit more passive when you're attacking, waiting, playing a bit of information starve, let the enemy team throw out some of that util. So I would have liked to have seen a bit more patience from them on those attacking rounds. There was a lot of kind of trying to burst out, trying to be unexpected, and they were just getting shut down pretty consistently with a lot of that utility. So I think it's one of those kind of back to the drawing board type of things. Not necessarily because they are bad at the map, but just because they were not good at adapting to an unexpected situation. And that's such an important thing that you really need to be able to do, especially if you're looking to get to VCT, right? When you get to the highest levels, you're going to be playing against like Paper X if you know, get beyond into the international event. So let's face it, how do you predict the Paper X comp?
And I would say as
you've
well,
got to be able.
I would say as well, like in this interregional tournament, and the fact that there's so much time between like the end of Challengers League and Ascension, like you've got 2 weeks to a month. Some teams have got a little bit, like even 2 months before, since they played an official on a certain map. You've already seen that multiple times today. That is so much time to like make an adaptation, and you've seen teams try it. And some teams, it has really not worked out for them, and some teams it's worked out beautifully. So yeah, you definitely do need to be adaptable to different region styles, but as well as being able to just, that's the thing about Valorant. Like sometimes you load into the Asian select and you go, oh, you know, shoot, like what the hell am I playing against? And you have to just like adapt or you're going to lose.
I do love that, but that's where also this best of 3 format, of course, is coming in clutch in the round robin. So you have a little time to ramp up. You know, your first games doesn't necessarily mean like that's the end of the road for you. It's been very exciting to see the ups and downs of many of the teams. That said, of course, in this group we still have the one undefeated team, GN. Currently finding themselves on the back foot though. So big question is, do you feel like, is there an individual that needs to step it up, or is it just like a team effort that needs to go down on Abyss, which arguably that's going to be a very good map for GoNext?
So I'm going to throw it out there at the end of the half. Element haven't really shown up in the way that we kind of expect them to. Anguist played out of his mind. Some phenomenal share of shots there, some great multi-kills, doing as much as he can with what he had available. He ended with an ACS of like 339, which is, it's just unreal. So I think that a lot of that also comes down to, you know, being a little bit uncomfortable and trying to like work things out a little bit. And then on the flip side, you know, you take a look at GN and we're looking to see, you know, how do they bring this one back? And again, you know, it's Bold and Zeke who were kind of trailing behind a little bit there. Yes, they are playing a more supportive role, but again, you know, that kind of utility, it's meant to set you up. And if you're not capitalizing off of that, you're not going to be getting the results that you want. So hopefully we get to see that kind of tandem working a little bit better with one another to set up players like Alexi, like Mini, to get the really important shots.
I'm really excited for this next match though, because on Abyss, GoNext, they bought into the Astra meta. Are we Astra enjoyers on this desk?
Yes.
How are we feeling?
Yes.
Yes is, by the way, the only answer I will accept. That was really a question.
I mean,
how are you feeling about this post game?
They're playing the Heretics comp, and they're playing it well. Like, they've won both of their Abyss games. They've left it through in towards that third map decider multiple times. Couple of reps for CGN, but what I will say is they've actually been changing up the comp by one different agent each time. So similar to the Bind, similar to some of the other maps that you're seeing from them, they might be that team that does like to switch things up in the agent select.
Oh, and here is said agent select. Yeah, GoNext, once again relying on the good old Astra pick. On the other side though, they're dropping the Astra.
Yeah, and that's a Phoenix. I know that they did play it the other day, and it is Benny, so that shouldn't come as a surprise to like anyone. But I don't love it. Hater Sam is back in the building. We'll take a look at GoNext comp, and I definitely love that a lot more. I think the Sova brings a lot to the table here. I love the Astra, as we mentioned. You can do so many shenanigans with that, so hopefully we get to see the full extent of what that comp can do.
And we will in just a second. And for all the action, we of course going to send it over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much for our analyst desk's work here today. Tom, it could be over or almost. We could be seeing a 2-0 in favor of CGN, but GoNext, do you have faith in their bounce back? Remember, now they're up against Benny on that Phoenix.
The thing is, right, I think GoNext have been very good on this map, but I also don't think they would have had to play against a composition that runs like this. That's the thing that is unique about this team, is that they're running this Phoenix across all maps. It's clearly something that Benny is incredibly comfortable on. He's happy to sacrifice for the team, and on a map that teams are still very much feeling out, I don't mind it, especially when you consider what most teams are doing on this map, which is playing those B post plants. Well, he has something that can directly rip apart those post plants, which is running through smokes and pot flashing himself into angles. So I don't know. I'm excited for it. If anything was going to beat this comp, it might be this.
Well, that's it. The opportunities are most certainly there. Starting us out, there's a bit of a battle with Invasion of GoNext going straight down middle. They've taken 3 players to the bottom of mid, fighting directly into the attacker's spawn, and already we're seeing a scrappy duel for the site with Alexic swinging through to deny the plant, reloading for more. It's Element to drop him, and with Vince still scrapping around middle, reinforcements needed. Prophet comes to help, but a little too late. Teammates have already fallen. Same can be said for him, though. Mini's already on the defuse. He's going to get it close. Davey has to rush around that corner, and as he swings, Mini's got his aim right on his head. A beautiful connection to close this one out in favor of GoNext. Another pistol.
All right, Mini. All right. We get it. You won the round. Just BM until he runs out of bullets on every pistol that's there. Oh, that is toxic as it gets. One of the weirdest pistol rounds I think I've ever seen. A super aggressive defensive fight that almost ends up coming back to bite them. The attack planting without clearing the site, which gave a huge opportunity to Alexic to find almost everything. And then a late round clutch as Mini is able to isolate the player. That's the thing. I feel like when it gets into this late round, correct me if I'm wrong, there wasn't like an incredibly low clock. They could have waited, tried to play that one together, but instead they forced a scenario that ended up really hurting them.
Yeah, I believe so. They were just a little over eager, I suppose. Although I guess it is the fact that they had lost so much control. Like the fact that the defenders had pushed all the way into spawn, that's where you just start to get a little antsy and you want to make a move. Now, Bold off rip, mid peak, spots out. There's a player there, loses his head for the trouble. That's, for a second, I got very scared. That's Element, excuse me, on the Marshall, dropping Bold, and a chance for this team to recover, I suppose. But the weaknesses on the rest of the players are staggering.
For now, at least. Some awkward fights, Daddy. Okay. Marshall's definitely proving to bring value. We've seen this before. Not necessarily in his hands, but the only thing now is where they opt to take this. They're going to be facing into either Alexic's rifle, Mini, which is not much better, or maybe the SMG of Zeke. It seems like they've chosen option A, which normally ends in death. We'll have to see what he's able to get away with here. It's not the prettiest of fights. In fact, it's messy, forcing him back off the angle. Pop flash, a paranoia. It's going to force him all the way back. And look at where the rest of the defenders are. They are so far away, completely overwhelmed. Is this going to be the 3rd time this series that GoNext have won the pistol and lost round 2?
It very well could be. CGN are able to do so much in these rounds, and it looks like they're about to do so much more. Vince, damage done, and it's an easy follow-up. Anguished able to drop Mini and leave Zeke all by his lonesome. 3 players still need to be dropped by this man. And although he has a one-shot weapon, just one hit needed with this outlaw, he is going to find it hard to drop all 3. Only 2 chambers and not even one shot fired. That is CGN battling back and putting it 1-1.
Yeah, no, Again, I don't know how they managed to do so much with just a single Marshal invested. They win battles they definitely shouldn't be winning. Prophet maybe sticking around a little bit too much. He does reposition, but it's this fight onto Alexic. There was so much utility. The paranoia was perfect. The pop flash as well meant that there was no way he could be sticking around the angle. And the whole team very happy to just go together, fight together, and trade together. And I think that's been the real sort of credit I want to give over to CGN. Is this is definitely a unit. Sure, it's a unit that has players that we'll consider superstars. I think Anguist has definitely put himself up there as one of the best in this tournament so far, but even still, it's impressive how much they get done. And for Bold, again, that's just cursed timing.
The conversation with Benny was very enlightening. Like I said, one of the things that I asked him was if he felt like it was difficult. And I said, you know, maybe every other team would answer opposite to you because you're here. Do you think it's difficult to prepare for so many different styles? And he was like, yeah, actually, I think that we're like, if you ask every team, they'll say that we hate CGN. They made us prep for so many different things. They're a headache. And that's the advantage, right? You're already putting them on the back foot. Add to that you're not losing that much because this is a comp with a lot of potential. He talked about the hot hands and how the DPS of that ability catches people off guard. He thinks it's the best molly in the game right now. And well, his success rate in terms of damage done, in terms of space cleared with it, I think it's fitting into this comp and into this team wonderfully. GoNext, they've gotten a little bit of damage done, but a 2v3 still needed. All rifles on the site. This is going to be a tough one to even make more costly.
I guess that's the thing. It's one of the mollies that, or it's the only molly that doesn't have a deterrent to your own, or yourself. I was going to say own team, but to yourself. Like, I think that does catch people off guard. You see it all the time with the fragment as well. When a teammate runs through their own fragment, the amount of people that would die to that just because it's not a smart thing to do. Whereas with this, it actually is. You're going to heal yourself with it. But also, yeah, hold off an angle and do quite a lot of damage at the same time. You even see Zeke just, yeah, pretty much completely burn alive at the back of the site. It's going to be, again, an early advantage taken from CGN. This map is one that both teams have had their reps on. As Phoenix seems to be the fix to a lot of CGN's compositional problems. They like to throw it in wherever they can, and the ultimate is going to be a big part of it. Benny even trying to bait players. And the thing is, it's no surprise that GoNext are trying to make sure that there isn't an easy orb for him to take, battling for that early control, but it hasn't quite gone to plan. And I also think, like, you look at the avenues on both sites, you can get into a position where you can ult to site very fast. Like, both when it comes to that B site, and while that is a surprise. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Bold's been caught early, but this time there is going to be a response.
I thought there is. Anguist has lost his life. Said he's good on the Sentinel, but not in this round. CGN concede mid-control. You can see that Element is falling all the way back because Benny's about to entry into the A site, clearing out all this space, but GoNext have already conceded it. They're now just clearing mid themselves, making sure they've got some sort of safety to their behind. That's one of the things they'll still be able to keep on lockdown with Mini. The B site Cam is going to block off a lot of space. And now the retake on A needs to be all together. Bladestorm for Element, not likely to be used. Ult for Vince could be maybe used as a recon, but GoNext have a good chance here. Good Benny.
Already dizzy through. Alexic is going to find that opener. They know where Benny is, and they're trying to get players towards that defusal. In fact, they've been able to melt the rest of them away. And now, Benny's position is not a great one. Molotov, I don't think that's connected. It's not even going to matter. He's been cleared out anyway. A huge round for Alexic in the retake. And while a bounce back from from GN very, very quickly indeed. They've also done it without having to use any of their ultimates. So you look at what's available to them still. And they're going to be in a great spot for this round as well.
This goes here.
Oh, absolutely. Bounce back, a 2-2, 4 ultis, mainly looking at Zeke. Thrash could be huge to get them into the site. And you know that Alexic, after that good round, and the fact that there's no rifle in his hands with a couple seconds left, the Bladestorm is going to be active. And this is where things could get extra scary. The side of CGN, the early push Alexic is likely to go for, sees nothing. And we'll just be falling back now, conceding the space. CGN instead fight for middle. They have a trap covering their back, but the updraft has got to be scary. You know that eyes need to be gotten on that part of the map still.
No problems just yet for either side financially, but those will definitely come within the next round. Maybe more so for GoNext. Thrash used just for info. It's going to be retrieved. It'll be allowed to be used again, but this quickly forces the hand of CGN for the fight. And well, after being a hero in the last round, Alexic's already gone. Mini, once again, a solo defender on this site, hoping that he can stop them before they get too far into the afterplant, but his position has definitely been noted. Holding on to it would have been a pretty big risk. And again, they're getting caught by that same cam. Anguis just causing them problems.
Nice Hunter's Fury. No surprise, Davies on it again. That's 2 kills after early damage. And the side of GoNext decimated by this ultimate. It was already a poor start, a back foot, but now they've had their feet swept out from under them. It's time to go to the other side of the map and save. There's no way they're getting involved in this round.
This goes here. That goes
It has been decimation.
Yes.
In some of these rounds. And for GoNext, they're starting to feel the brunt of that. They've lost out in the previous, and their economy is now trailing 2 rifles and pistols. No ultimates that they invested so many for the previous. CGN, they are in prime position. Their technical pause comes into play. This will be delaying us slightly, holding out the start of the next round, but I think GoNext will probably take that as a good omen, a moment to take their breath, calm down the old heart rate, and get ready for what is, again, a very big series for them. If this one slips away, they're back with the pack, and it could be a 3-way tie situation. It could be them getting bumped down below based on other results, and you just really don't want to be in that position. It's anxiety inducing. You want to seize the day. Today is their day. Besting CGN is playoffs bound. Otherwise, it's into the murky unknown.
Yeah, this is one of those scenarios as well where you look at it from GoNext perspective, and it basically makes a much more likely scenario of a 3-way tie where they've beaten out Apex, where CGN have beaten out them, and then Apex have beaten out CGN, depending if other games go in the correct or in the way that expected, with them beating Desire and Apex beating Barca, which as of right now seems like the more likely of the scenarios. But it's still a scary prospect that with these 3 teams it could end up coming down to something as simple as map difference, round difference, who knows. Thankfully I won't be the one who has to try and figure that out. The CGN, after an initial defeat, are looking to try and put themselves in the best possible spot that they can, and for GoNext, they'd still have another match to follow after this, which could all but decide their fate. Of course, if they were to lose that, it may send them packing, depending on how the Apex result goes. CGN just happened to be in the spot to finish theirs first. Now, this round definitely in their favor. 2 rifles available for that defensive side. The rest, definitely not as pretty. While they're going to use the ultimate, almost sending it out dry, but both the ult and element are gone.
Well, that's a big deletion. GoNext, possibly in with a chance, despite the weaknesses they've brought to the field. 1 man down already. Everyone fighting from the same angle. No flanks for CGN. This has to just be the brawn of that side beating out what's on the other. And, well, Benny's certainly done a good job to start it. Anguist dropped after just the one. The rifle on Zeke presents a big challenge, one that Vince is keen to take. 3 versus 1 with Alexic, the last man standing in the open, and blinking, you missed those last 3 kills. It was quick, it was clean, and CGN extend that lead.
It definitely seems like some of the more early battles in these rounds is where it can get a little bit dicey for CGN. I think the initial setup was solid, like having the trips to slow down the ult and then a player from above just making sure that they couldn't get anything done. But once it got into this post plant, it looked fairly comfortable. The likes of Vince and Davy stepping up to the plate to put them another round onto the board. And after only a pistol and a singular round since going the way of GoNext, they're still going to have a buy here. This is where the investment comes through, but I feel like they need a response soon.
I think that's fair to say, yeah. Running out of runway. CGN running into the A site. 3 players up close. Good paranoia. It sends some of them packing and not aware of another blind. But the mosh pit pumps the brake on the play completely. And now the Phoenix Flash, not quite the surprise that it was just moments ago. You expect them to reposition, to readjust based on that. And so CGN have sent this to another side of the map, looking instead for late mid control. The initial push has been thwarted.
Again, CGN more than happy to just pump the brakes. It's already started to reduce the amount of defense that they'd be running into on this side of the map. Vince going to use his ultimate almost just as a recon to try and find out where those players are. And Zeke, he's kind of out of this one. In fact, Bold is just going to go jumping in. Takes the risk instead. 25 seconds. First kill finally comes in, but it's gone that way of the defense. And more is needed, but Element wins that fight. In fact, they're winning every fight. There was 3 players waiting on that site, and the only one that gets a kill is straight through smoke. The second they revealed themselves, this round completely fell apart. It was looking like a great scenario for GoNext, but it wasn't to be.
It was to A. Didn't like that one?
No, not particularly. I think you could do better.
I thought I'd done a good job. But yeah, for CGN, another successful round, and they're looking to make this even better. Hunting down these final players. Alexic's been heard falling down. The Flash, well, at least he's escaped it for now. It looks like might have bought himself enough runway if he keeps going, but he's sticking around. He needs the kill, and he's got it on Benny, but dying seemed like a probability afterwards. He's made it around the corner. Angus couldn't catch him. Okay, well, not too bad at least with the op save, but I saw another player meet his demise.
Yeah, Mini went down instead, so although you keep the more expensive gun, it's still not going to be the ideal weaponry. Pause being called by GoNext. Again, they need to stem the bleeding. It's only been, again, the pistol. They had an upset round, and then everything else. Well, I think the only round they won was a 4K from Alexic. Everything else has just not gone their way. A quiet game, quiet series so far for Bold. Someone who has been consistent. Mini also not quite off the mark. I think in the games prior to this, he's either been their best or one of the best players at least. In their last game, he was definitely their best. He was fantastic. You win a 1v5, I think you take the mantle, but so far they've been shut down. Davy, 8-2. Couple of those coming in, of course, with the Hunter's Fury, but it has been a clean performance so far, and you have to consider this is a chance for CGN to 2-0 the series, which it's not something we mentioned so much, but 2-0ing could actually be very important because it's going to do damage to the map difference of your opponent, which I know talking about something as trivial as that seems silly, but depending on the tiebreaker, that could be enough for them to go through to the playoffs.
Well, that's it, Tom. You say talking about it seems silly, but we have literally seen teams cost their position in playoffs because of that rule set. So
was BBL that happened to BBL, right?
Exactly. BBL were the team. They lost out based on it. So, yeah, it might seem trivial thinking about it before the season starts, but it has some very real effects. And that's something that, listen, I don't think these players are sat there thinking about that right now. I don't think that's a thought that's healthy for a player to have in their head. But when it comes to coaching staff, management, that is definitely a cycle that's going around. You're encouraging not just to take those wins, but to take it as convincingly as possible. And some of those players, maybe it will weigh on them. 5 rounds for the attack side already, 1 map up. It's definitely not a very nice time to be in the GoNext camp. This is where they need to start the turnaround.
They at least have their star player on an operator. We know that Alexei can pull off some impressive rounds with this gun, but it's a lot of pressure to put on his shoulders, and maybe a sheriff for Profek could do a little bit extra. Problem though is I feel like a lot of the time we talk about slowing down the momentum, and even a tech or a tactical pause can do that, but I don't think that's been the case for CGN. It seems like after most of these pauses, they come in with a solid game plan, a different idea to what they've been attempting. So any counter that their opponents might have come up with is normally null and void. And although they've definitely had their fair share of losing to the pistols, I feel like they've had more of their fair share of winning them. Especially in second rounds at the moment. They're not winning the pistol round, they're winning rounds with pistols other than the pistol rounds.
Which is a very strange trait to have. It just seems like a bit of a plot hole, but
just give Anguist a sheriff from now on in every pistol round.
And his opponent's a Vandal, and you'll be fine. Element straight in, and well, Bold is straight out. That's a clean opening duel. This rest of the side, although stacked up on B, they weren't expecting this form of a rush right up behind them, completely overwhelmed. Feeling like they're on the wrong side of Helm's Deep right now. This is really rough. All the info swinging to the other side. They know where they are. They've got the better weapons, and the man that could make a difference is on the other side of the map. This one is cleaned up, and the question is how many can Alexa get, or can he carry the weapon through? Because the problem is they've just ulted to find him. They do not want this op to be present in the next round.
Oh, he's getting surrounded from every single angle. This is a nightmare. First, he's successful. Second, I won't be surprised if Vince catches him. Just a ratty angle to close him out. And that's the thing. He won't be able to afford another one of those for the next round. So that kill actually does make a huge difference to their purchase into the next. That's the thing, though. Just, again, I said that they like to change things up. A quick take into middle. You know your opponents don't have the range to fight you there. I was also a little bit worried that maybe the drone wouldn't clear, but Davy at the last second flicks the drone the other way and spots out Zeke. And that's all the information that they needed. 6-2. Now, expectations from GoNext will be that the attack side is better. That's where this composition has always had its success. Those post plants are disgusting. That's not a bad tag from Bold. And, you know, he's caught a second player for a blind Hunter's Fury. That could have gone a lot worse. Like that.
Could have gotten shot, could have missed, I suppose. Nice opening, and the follow-up was very nearly there as well. We've already seen Mini fall. Vince down below. They expected him for a moment, but he's got the timing. A perfect read of the empty space. And the shrouded step that lets him cross back. Element steps were shrouded too. He made his way up into heaven, and they had no idea that was the danger zone this time. Flying high with his third kill. And Zeke is gone. He's trying to save this weapon for the next round. A storyline that I think GoNext are far too familiar with at this point. And it is going 7-2. Like it or not, CGN dominating the early stages of Abyss.
Oh, yeah, this has been clinical. Like, even with the amount of damage they took early on, like a gamble taken by GoNext, their entries have been perfect. The utility that they've used to force players off angles, and even just the shots themselves, like, that was nasty from Element. And I'm sure it's going to be frustrating. You're the representative of East, and the guy that is currently pounding you is from East. Like, he's a guy that has been stolen away by the DAC League. But the Serbian definitely, well, he's doing some damage to his brothers in arms, that's for sure. The other East players might not be welcoming him back anytime soon, but he might not need it. He's 12-5 right now. But the thing is, I'll give credit to Element. He's hitting every shot put in front of him. The setup is gorgeous. Like, that's what this CGN roster does so well. Is, okay, yeah, you're the tip of the spear, but you're gonna have everything. It's like the opposite to that Turkish guy who didn't like to wear the glasses or anything. The guy who did the shooting in the Olympics. It's the one that has all of it, like all the kit. Like, that's Element going into these rounds.
Deploying drone.
Certainly geared up. Element's been able to find so much space, but then again, look who on CGN hasn't at this point. Early fight, a nice attempt by Alexic, and some players spotted. In fact, that is read by CGN perfectly. They know. They've seen us. They're going to rotate. They're going to leave A little bit more open, and there's an immediate migration to the right side of the map. But GoNext realized their mistake. 3 players now rotating into position. Looks like Benny is going to find this space, and I don't expect them to try to fight it. The guy has got his ult active, but they're still diving down, filling the space, looking to make this scrappy. Bold for good reason. Oh, he was cleaning up, but the response is instantaneous.
Even when it's going well, a second later, right back in with a problem. Alexic, he's been spotted. He's been isolated. Fighting into this isn't going to be easy, and well, as proven. For a moment, it got dangerous. Said it'd been quiet from Bold. That's a little bit more of what we've seen from him so far in this tournament, but right now they're still getting boomed. 8-2. And the crazy thing as well is we're looking at like teams today. The team's coming in with 2 victories apiece. We had it in our first match as well, where it was the 2-0 battle. And Pacific, well, I will say they did it on their own map choice. It was a close map 1, boomed them in map 2. The first map here wasn't even that close, especially not in the second half. And now they're getting boomed on their own map choice. And it needs to be a response quickly from the side of GoNext. And part of me wonders is if this is more of a pocket pick against teams who don't have a depth of this map, because it looks like CGN do.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear at this point. They've got the pool. And they're diving straight into this head first in the series. Got some depth. 8-2. 6-round gap between them. That's quite the upstream swim for good old GoNext. The defensive side has given up control of middle this time, opting instead to just have a trap covering the deep push. This, I think, for CGN, they haven't dedicated themselves to either spot. Quite content that their trap is covering B, but it's been bypassed. Alexic is updrafted over. I think Vince heard it. I think he was close enough. He suspects the push, but that doesn't mean he can deal with Alexic. Opening duel for GoNext.
It's definitely something. We've not seen too many of those. The spike not in the greatest of positions either, with 25 seconds to make a move. Element is going to be... Oh, no! The timing for Bold again is nightmare fuel. Looks away the second his opponent comes around the corner. Pressure going to be onto Profek. He's someone who normally thrives within it. Has Zeke for support. The flash is perfect though. And so are both shots from Benny. The Phoenix doubters sat down. Whether you believe he's using it as an initiator, a duelist, whatever you like, it's working. And to find both kills at the back of the site is going to put this defense in a terminal position. Like, this is such a difficult place to fight back from. They've got the post plant ready, but nobody's overfacing. They're checking that, okay, they're not just going to try and ninja diffusers. They're not going to sit it in front of me, but the second I know you're not on it, it's the second I stop peeking. It's a regimented performance, and they're so ready for every single escape position. Think about how low Element was. It doesn't even matter. And, well, Davi got a little bit lost going on the hunt. But, Mitch, does it matter? Do you think their credits will suffer for this?
Oh, yeah, listen, in all the rounds that are left in this map, Tom, and with so many rounds left to play for, I just think at some point they could be punished. You know what I mean, Tom? Because there's just so many. No, of course not. There's one round left to play for. This is at this point we're pretty much locking in the full buy. I think it's safe to say they can have triple ops to back them up if they want. They don't. More conventional start. GoNext 4 ultimates though. Okay, 9-2, horrendous scoreline. 9-3, horrendous scoreline, but slightly better. Almost immeasurable, but slightly. GoNext, they can ult dump into this round and hope that makes the difference. But Davy's already got 2 kills. I mean, he's got the Hunter's Fury online. Drone tag or not, he's getting you.
And he's getting ready. A single kill grants him his ult. Hunter's Fury from Davy. I'm already scared. The push, though, from Alexic is going to give a lot of information. They can stack this site up knowing that there isn't going to be anybody behind. He's a little bit wary to potentially go over the top of it, but he can just make sure they're locked in. Round the corner goes Element. That's the opener they were looking for. Hunter's Fury combined with it. Make it a third for Element. He's looking to do it all. His counter jet. His opponent is going to try and turn the tide, try and fight this back. He's got nothing in his back arsenal. He's got nothing that he can play with. The Bucky is not going to help him here. It needs to be the Bladestorm, and he needs some help from a teammate. Profek, he's about to get peaked. There's 2 players ready and waiting for him, and it is an easy clear. What a half from CGN.
I have to take my hat off to CGN. This squad coming in, I had no faith in them. Not only a second in your region, but also the Phoenix comps. Immediately, I hate them. But they have done so well, crafted their own style. We'll see how they get on in the second half. And we're back, folks, ready to dive back into what could be a very quick conclusion to this series and this day, Tom. 10 rounds already for CGN. It has been a dominant display, and it's not slowing down. Element has just come out swinging. Alexic on the ground, and GoNext. Well, they're on the way out, but it's going to be costly still. Okay, Anguist falls. Peeking up on top, trying to punish the retreat. That's at least something. Damage done to Zeke in return.
Camera taken out.
I've spotted a couple of players in middle, so I know there isn't a full commitment into that B site just yet, even with the util that was expended. Element, right place, right time. He's already going to find one. He's ready for the next, but Bold has found another trade. 2 for him already in this round. Avi looking to try and turn the tide once again in their favor. And actually, GoNext have found a gap. There is a gap within that B site. The Battle of the Sovas has found no victor, as they will go heading towards that open spot.
Indeed, the plant is going to be found, and CGN forced for the retake. Bold 28 HP, but take a look at Benny's position. That will be everything. If Bold can catch him off guard, perhaps he's got a chance. This recon fired out gives him away. Benny knows he's at least further back, playing this one deep. He'll be cautious as he swings out. The timing here key. He's seen Bolt. He knows he's low. Just one angle. That's all he needs. One bullet, and it's Vince as he's forced out in the open. A double kill, a triple. In fact, quickly flipping this in favor of CGN, and the ult orb going towards Benny. Just one for him. But I don't know if he'll even have time to get it online. This is the pistol round for CGN. Their first pistol round victory so far, which really is just depressing if you think about that.
Yeah, maybe it's a bad omen. Who knows?
Vince, no, he got 3 kills.
The second round. Yeah, that's the thing. Vince genuinely, like, expectations on controller players to put up numbers, it's not particularly high, especially when it's a Brimstone. A lot of the time you're playing ratty post plants. He has had a great series. Unfortunately, he is being completely overshadowed by Element in this map, who I don't think had the best of times being the entry in the last. This time, if your entry is what was it, 21-6 or something like that, then yeah, the game almost seems over. Even still though, maybe it is going to be a return to sender, a good opportunity with GoNext finding the opener.
I wouldn't mind the return. I like that guy. It seems like GoNext already seizing a decent amount of space. Element tries to punish, but not able to find himself the kill. CGN locked out, smoked out, plant coming through. Better start for GoNext than we normally see. With full investment, they could catch them off guard. Unfortunately, it's not going well. Davey, that might be a Hunter's Fury. He might rename his Guardian. 2 quick kills, cleanly starting this one off. And GoNext now scrambling. The flank sent out by Mini, but it's going to be very late. He needs time, and they're running out of it desperately. Utility used, but this is all part of the plan. CGN, they've got site control, and they're causing havoc. The wrap around. Perfect deals with both, and Mini's flank finds value at last. Davey left to do it all in the time here. It's decent, but Popback will shut him down through the smoke, eventually putting this one to bed, but that was close.
So in other words, winning the pistol round is cursed in this game. That's what I've learned. Winning the pistol round has an 100% guarantee of losing the second, which I can't believe is something that we're witnessing throughout this game. What a round from Profek. And while Davi try as he might, couldn't quite do enough to take this round over the line. It's going to put CGN back on an eco, back on a low buy. But if anything, who knows? Maybe they'll win this round now.
Yeah, exactly. Same old start as the pistol round for Element. Going up aggressive, looking for a fight, and he finds nothing. Forced back off of it. And they will be lagging behind for some of that early control on CGN. 4 players on the B site, hoping that GoNext just walk right into them, but I'm not sure that's going to happen.
It's a round where if GoNext were only ever going to have any chance in this match now, they need to win it clean. Make sure those rifles are kept through to the next round. Zeke will be able to upgrade to one. Maybe even try and farm up a few orbs, bald. He has himself
take flight.
Hunter's Fury and 2 kills, or a kill and a plant. Element shouldn't be able to get anything from here, so desperately low, and the spams aren't quite connecting in the manner the defense would hope. Everybody slowly being overwhelmed. Davi will fall, and Anguist, he's pulled off miracles, but I don't think this is going to be one of them. It's left all onto Benny. Even a kill would be nice, but it is going to be squeaky clean.
Nice and easy. I mean, it's only a couple of rounds to get back into this. It's certainly a long road, and there's no way that GoNext are feeling confident in their position, but you have to take these things one round at a time. As for CGN, well, I'll be honest, it does feel like just a matter of time until Element has another one of his rounds. He's 21-8 right now. Some big plays as well can be relied upon from the rest of the roster. As I said, defensive side, I expect players like Anguist to step it up. I said that on Bind. I think he got 3 kills with the Sheriff in the next round. And now it holds even more true because he's not playing Viper as semi-sentinel. Instead, he's playing the Sentinel. This is his comfort. For now, though, it started off in favor of GoNext with the opening pick onto Element.
Well, he's a man you want to get rid of with his performance in the first half.
I know exactly where.
Still plenty more danger to reside. Of course, again, you always have the expectation that comps with that double duelist gonna have a better time over on the attack. And as we mentioned, GoNext composition is very good in those post-plant scenarios. Already Thrash sent out to clear the angles, not covered by the ultimate, and Alexic is already going to be picking off another. Looking to try and get into the backlines. Doesn't know there's still a man there, so that's a freebie for Vince. And you can see that Davi just looking for any information he can find for the team. The fact is, though, now we get into that true danger zone for the defense. Although, saying that, Davi has picked off one more.
Yeah, now this is getting a little bit spooky. GoNext have no room for error, and it seems like there might already have been one. First star goes down to deny. Second is for the stun. Big swing on the back of it. Spray down is not good. It's already being diffused.
Oh, no.
Those shots aren't landing.
No.
And it's 12 again with players under their nose. They're diffusing. I mean, GoNext, I cannot imagine morale being any lower at this point. They've just stuck it under their nose after opening duel denied, a threat like Element and a threat like Benny removed, and yet still CGN can make it work. You leave Davey alive and he works his wonders. 8 rounds in a row, Tom. They've called a timeout, and you know what? It's never too late to call a timeout. That's what I always say.
Yeah, this is definitely not the way you wanted to lose a round like that. It's got to be brutal. Like, you're in a position where realistically you had that post plant. That's exactly what you desired, and then Vince just a slight off angle on that defuse, and the spam is just too direct. Like, just either expecting that he'd let go or maybe we'll go back to it, but it wasn't the case this time around. 12-4, 8 rounds in a row needed, and let's be real, it hasn't looked at any point, let alone in this map and in this series, that they were going to get 8 rounds in a row, given the coaching staff an opportunity to try and maybe bring back some life in the roster. We know they've got talented players, we've seen it throughout the tournament so far, but as we mentioned, this win here would guarantee them a place in the playoffs. A loss here and it throws everything up in the air. CGN will have done what they could, put themselves 3-1. And any losses for either GoNext or Apex going forward would send them through. And even on a tiebreaker, they might be able to do it. It would be a tough way to go out for whichever team it was, but that still feels like a long way away. But for CGN, a 2-0 would help them a lot. And doing it as dominantly as this would be even better.
Oh, it would be monumental for this squad. What an impression they've made already on Ascension since joining this tournament. I and many others, we were excited to see what they could do, but I don't think anyone can see themselves innocent in the eyes of underestimating the CGN squad. If you thought they'd do this much damage, you're kind of crazy. That's a recon. It is. There goes the Hunter's Fury, and Bold picking up one. I'm waiting to see the kill feed light up in Davies' favor, but he doesn't land it. Some damage, but a 2v4 for CGN.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
That's amazing position to be in. And again, it feels like it would take pretty big mistakes. Anguist, though, as clinical as ever. He's got a good read on this. Has a really good idea that there's a player around this corner, but he can't quite land the shot. The read was there, but too much. And now Davi. All right, that's one hell of a start. Mini got to feel a little bit frustrated, but I think maybe realizing that the time is too far gone. Maybe just going to try and play with the minds of his opponents, keep them around a little bit too long. Maybe even look to see if there's an upgrade of weaponry. There isn't, because nobody died even on that part of the map, so there's no way there's any gun to be found. It will be another round on the board for GoNext. The long fight back continues. And for the defense, financially, well, you can see why they saved the gun.
Yeah, well, it may not be looking too pretty, but the fact is, this is a composition that breeds a couple of pretty irritating ultimates that now have an opportunity to just be kept up and used all at once. The run it back is already here. Bladestorm 1 away. And sure, the Hunter's Fury that usually is good for 1 or 2 didn't find anything last round, so that's counted out of the cycle, at least for now. The problem is there's 7 rounds left. Benny's going to be probably using his ult here once contact is made, and you're not going to well, Benny's not going to be using his ult here when contact is made. He doesn't have a head anymore, which does inhibit your ability to do so. The GoNext seem to have claimed a free side control. Still, point stands for the next round. They can dump their ults and save up for one more big cycle, and they'll have Bladestorm too.
Interesting that Alexi actually popped his Bladestorm here and threw the gun away.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess they're not going to lose a round, so economy not mattering that much, and he wants a highlight reel?
Nope. Yeah, there's because the only reason you'd ever go hunting would be if you wanted the ultimate orbs. So, but he had the ultimate, so there is no value in that.
Yeah.
I want to say that was a fat finger. That's the only thing that makes sense. But even then, you could just keep your gun. You didn't have to just dump it off the side of the map. Well, an interesting development. Maybe wanted to see if there was any guns to be removed, but it was a low buy, so I'm kind of out of ideas as to why.
I think he just wanted the clip, to be honest, mate. Go out there, grab a couple
maybe
kills.
He wanted the ace.
Yeah, go for it. Whatever it is.
Or he wanted an op. Maybe, no, because he's now going to drop that. No?
You got it? It was all part of the plan. Yep.
Okay, yes, this should do.
Wait. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait. Actually? They've got spare money, so I assume there's an extra rifle on the floor. I mean, again, you're not going to lose a round. Like, what if we lose? Save money for that, guys. No, like, game over. So, game over, man. So at this point, yeah, I mean, I guess they're just going for any old advantage. The element of surprise. There's an op on B. Let me peek A and see who's there. There's an op there, too. It hasn't worked out. CGN quite passive. And again, with the fact that there's a run it back for Benny, that there is no need for them to go pushing up and playing flanks in this round. This is one that you just wait and play reactively with 4 ultis.
Well, both operators have been dumped. It was just an attempt to try and find an early advantage. They're going to try and break in. Now, timing here for Mini is going to be everything. If he gets this right, he potentially wins them the round. And, well, that's not going to be the case. Anguist has managed to catch him and is looking for a little bit more. Has the information and lands the shot as well. This guy has had so many high-impact rounds throughout this tournament so far. No doubt the MVP for CGN. And now you need to see one on the other side. Who is there for GoNext?
Who is the hero? It's certainly not Zeke. And with 4 kills under his belt, that defensive side sentinel that we were so excited to see is showing his face at last. The ace on the cards. He's the one swinging. It's his to take. It's his to lose. But he's waiting with his teammates, just baiting him into an open fight. An element will take it in the end. But you can see Anguist wasn't greedy. Even in the last moments, the discipline of CGN shines through. A beautiful series, and my hat's off to them. That is a gorgeous display of a unique style of Valorant.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the fact that a team can come in, run a Phoenix on both maps, well, pretty much win out. They only lost a single series to Apex in incredibly close fashion. They lost the maps to Apex 14-12, 14-12. Like, those are the 2 maps they lost. Every other series they've been able to win. And this is the team that finished 2nd in the DAC region. Now, I will say, I believe throughout the year they've been the first place team for the most of it. So it was just one of those cases where it hadn't quite gone their way in the final. But I think they're proving they have fight back in them. They're proving that they are a team that, okay, they don't play the Valorant you want them to play. They don't give a damn. So deal with it. Learn. Try and adapt to it. And when you fail and they have the victory, they're going to be the ones laughing at the end.
Absolutely. Like I said, it was really nice watching this team play throughout the tournament so far. Speaking to Benny yesterday as well, having a little bit more insight into how they think about the game was a pleasure. And I'm looking forward to, if we do have an interview after this one, hearing more from these guys, because this is a squad that came in as the second place team, like you said. Technically, we expected to see them here, but they've done the work. They have got a different style. They're not just cookie cutter. They're not copying what everyone else does. They're coming in to disrupt. I love it. The underdogs are winning out. Another series, another upset under their belt. GoNext down and out of the definite run. It's only going to be Pacific that we know are going all the way. I'm excited to see what more Ascension has to offer. There is another stream, but there's also an analyst desk, Tom. Let's throw it over to them and see what they've got to say. Take it away, Zoe.
Thank you so much. It is us, your analyst desk, Zoe, joined by Pilsky and Sam. And quite frankly, this group just got very spicy. Now the people doing the math in the background are like, oh no, we really need to get to work now. Apex, GoNext, and CGN are going to be duking it out for that playoff spot. So it wasn't a straight cut as we thought. Let's talk about this map we just got to see though. Like, this was a dominant showing, Pilsky. This is the first time GoNext is actually losing Abyss here.
Yeah, they've won both of their Abyss games so far in this tournament. They look pretty convincing doing it. So that is going to be, securing playoffs and not quite getting across the line may knock the confidence a little bit. You're one step away from 100%ing it after some very impressive wins overall. But they clearly have got to work on some of their anti-ecos to start with, as well as some of the preparation and things like that into this game, because they really did not look as switched on as we've seen in some other maps.
Speaking of people looking switched on, Sam, you mentioned it right after the first map. Element and Davi from CGN, you felt like they were a little quiet. Did they redeem themselves in your eyes on Abyss?
Yeah, I'd say so. There was definitely a clear step up there, but you also have to consider why that is. And when you look at just how dominant that map was from start to finish, there wasn't really an opportunity to slow them down or to take away the opportunities from them to pop off and to play at their absolute A game. But it must also be said, Anguist, right, such a consistent player, top in the previous map, top in this map. Redemption arcs are all well and good, but when you can see that there's a player that is always performing to such a high degree, there's definitely a lot of comfort that you can take from that, and you can go into any game. I mean, CGN, we know that they're a tenacious team. We know that they're a team that is able to bounce back. The casters just said it. They were winning DAC so consistently. They came second when it mattered most, and they had to play through the play-ins. And they did it. They made it all the way through, and they're here. And despite having already dropped one series in this group stage, they continue to show us that they're not willing to give up. So very, very impressive performance from all of them, from the individuals and from them as a team.
Yeah, on the opposition here, Pilsky, back to the drawing board. What do you want to see from them in their next game? Because now for tomorrow, everything is at stake.
Yeah, I mean, I think just some more of the good kind of gameplay that we've seen from them. Like, we've seen some crazy dominant games out of them against some of the best teams in the competition, and then some of their halves and some of their maps, they look a little bit all over the place. I think first and foremost, I think they got caught off guard by the veto a little bit in this game and had like a little bit of their map pool weakness maybe exposed, and part of that could be trying to juggle like a 7 map pool. Overcomplicating things a little bit can be an issue at times, something that I've tried to do in some of my teams as well, and it's very hard to keep yourself on top of all of these different maps and comps and things like that. They've done a fantastic job of it so far, and they've been on such a crazy streak. Like, keep in mind, that was the second series that they've lost in like 26 series or something coming through from Esurge. So these guys have been super, super dominant. And I think that was maybe a bit of a blip on the radar of a lot of success, especially coming off the back of losing so many thrifties. Like, they got to tidy up those anti-ecos. That's the thing that really sticks out to me.
And just to kind of pivot off of that a little bit, so one of the things that I'd noted when we were looking at them a few days ago is the fact that their picks and bans were very much kind of all over the place, right? They weren't banning one thing consistently, they weren't picking one thing consistently. It was very much it almost seemed like it was, how we feeling on the day kind of vibe. And while that can be a good thing, it can show signs of a deep map pool. It can show, it can give you opportunity to be like, all right, cool, today we're not really feeling bind, so we'll ban bind today. But we felt really good in the warm up on Abyss, so let's roll into that. There is that added bonus to it, but it does mean that we spoke about the jack of all trades, the master of none a little bit earlier on in the broadcast, and that brings to bear a very similar feeling here, and it feels like they need to maybe specialize a little bit and take out some of the potential randomness, because when you understand a map fundamentally and to a really, really strong degree, it doesn't matter what an opponent is going to throw at you, you're going to be able to adapt.
Yeah, I mean, a thing can be said, of course, for the element of surprise. If we don't know what we're doing on the day, our opponent certainly will not know. So there is that. That could be a winning formula. But consistency is key, and I think that's been on showcase for many of the other teams, and it's been a winning recipe. I do believe that we do have a winners interview now ready for us. So let's bring him in. CGN's very own Benny the Frog King is joining us. So before I'm diving into anything else, Frog King? What's that all about? Why are you the Frog King? What's up with the frogs?
I started posting frog emojis only for match days as a kind of protest because I was forced to. And this somehow started a cult among our fans. And now I'm just the Frog King.
The Frog King. He's got his own cult. You know what? I'm here for this. I love this. And the cult will grow bigger. You guys showed such a dominant performance on Abyss today to close it all out. But before we actually discuss Abyss, I want to run it all the way back to Bind. The alpha energy, some might call it audacity, to pick him up. You have a 4-match losing streak on. Please walk us through this choice. Give me the thought process here.
If they don't know what's coming, they will not be prepared maybe. Capio had a feeling to pick this
I'm
map.
with you.
We ended up changing the comp, and the surprise worked. They didn't know, and we just get an easy map.
That was very, very well done. Honestly, I'm going to say, if I try to suggest that to some of the players that I coach, they probably would just tell me no. So respect for you listening to your coach. It worked out very well. You mentioned a little bit about the comp change. Seems like you guys have kind of gone back to your old comp, like the core of your old comp, and then put Davi on the sofa in a comfort role. Were you able to kind of keep some of the things you were already doing, or was it kind of more so fresh stuff, or a combo of both?
Certainly a combo of both. In the past, we've always been a team that's been very much about being able to flex comps a lot, like crazy. I think people who remember our last year, we were changing basically match to match throughout the year almost. We've done this a bit less, but we've now used this again, and we've certainly combined like a few things we've learned across like the last couple of games, playing the other comp with Phoenix and Fate, and combined it with what we've played before.
And so kind of in a similar vein, right, you look over towards Abyss, and it's kind of the opposite, where you were playing the Sage and then you started bringing out the Phoenix. So I was curious, I know that you're the Phoenix guy, so I don't want to hop on it too much, but specifically for Abyss, what is it that you think that Phoenix brings over the Sage, or, you know, another agent that really works and worked for you guys today, because this was such a dominant victory?
Clear advantage of Phoenix in my mind on Abyss is Orbs. His ult for 6 points is crazy. This is insane to me. It's so easy to take aiming control as an attacker and just farm the orb every round basically. So you're able to basically just pump out ults. Doesn't even matter enemy eco. I don't care. I just use it. We're safe. We win this round. Then the flashes are also quite nice around certain angles. They have less application around others, but like some angles are really, really good. And the molly again, just with the post plant meta as well. Plant the bomb, go main. You have a molly extra, or if they want to plant the bomb with a Gecko, for example, you can molly the wingman. So just a few nice things you can do. Plus, like the ult is big bonus on this map. So I feel like it's just genuinely better than the Sage on this.
Right, spoken like a true Phoenix player, obviously. But here's the thing, though. Like, obviously, if we're looking at that squad in the previous matches you've played, like, we do expect that Phoenix, and that means obviously your opponents will as well. Do you feel like that is potentially something that can be abused heading into the playoffs?
I'd like to see people try. I like playing this game when they try to counter certain things. This is where I really get to use my thinking capabilities. So sure, I assume people will try to abuse it somehow. It certainly has weaknesses. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it can be abused, but I'm eager to see what's gonna come to us.
That's right. Run it until it doesn't work anymore. That's the jam. Now, you, of course, with this victory, you put yourself in a really good spot to actually make it to the playoffs. The level of competition has been extremely high. I mean, this is day 4, and we only have one singular team which is actually guaranteed through. Are you at all surprised by what you've seen from all these other leagues and all these other teams?
Biggest surprise to me is Mouse losing to Ultimates, I think. Coming into the tournament, I was thinking this should be like one of the more safe games. So Ultimates have been surprising me the most, I would say. Pacific, I was not sure if they're gonna do as well as some people might expect. But I was open to just see, and yeah, they're doing fucking great. So not too much surprises, besides, again, Mouse being down a bit and Ultimates performing so well against Mouse at least. I think they still have a game to play, so that's going to be interesting.
As a fellow German, are you supporting Mouse, of course?
Of course. People want the all-German final, right? Yeah. I can only cheer for them. They're on the other group, I can only cheer for them. If they're in our group, it's a different thing.
You guys are top of your group, as we can see in the graphic there, but underneath you guys, Apex, who have the head-to-head against you guys. I wanted to ask you about that game specifically, because I remember watching it. I felt like you guys were in good positions on lots of maps. It was a bit of a weird game with a lot of like long streaks of rounds from both teams, but particularly I felt like you guys definitely could have won Ascent, and then they kind of slowed things down on their attack and started like punishing some of the pushes, things like that. What do you think was like the issue in that series, like when you started to concede kind of these long streaks of rounds? Do you think like you were maybe a little bit too like stubborn, or maybe not adapting well to what they were doing? What do you reckon?
Ascent specifically was a sure win. This was the big fumble. I think we were up 5v3, 3 ults, enemies fully known. This was just clear pressure, hasty, hectic. We throw, and then it crumbled. Other than that, the streaks of rounds, I think they've done well figuring out what works well. We've been slow in the adaptation. I'm gonna be thankful for now, because we still made it, and I think this gave us a great opportunity to learn for the future matches. Because I think we've identified a few things that we can now fix. But it was certainly a slow adaptation and not being able to be fast enough.
I wanted to like pick up as well on that, because you guys have had to grind your way through play-ins, and I've been involved in some of the other like Challenger League regions, and I think to myself often, even like the second best team from some regions are really, really good. So like, do you think grinding through play-ins, you've had to like already learn a lot of lessons and things like that, and play against a lot of teams that could do well in Ascension as well?
I think we got lucky and we didn't have to learn too much. We've been playing well in the tournament, and I think we've maybe also caught KPI on a weaker day in the final. So it wasn't as challenging as we also anticipated it to be. With that being said, we still earned a lot of experience, I think, in the high pressure situation, because play-ins are essentially the same. You feel the same pressure. It's do or die. It's the last tournament. If you don't make it, you're out. So it's basically the same pressure you feel. So it was the big learning. Not too much about the gameplay, but again, I think we've been a bit lucky there, maybe.
So I've got a question and a follow-up. So the first one is about your coaching staff. You guys have, on paper, a stellar coaching staff. You've got Capio, who comes from a storied history in tactical FPS, and of course you've got Zesht, who everyone should be familiar with just from his work in VCT and being a strong analyst. And I say on paper because, let's face it, we don't really know much more than that. So tell us a little bit about the coaching staff, the coaching structure. How does that work? How do they help prep you? Like, I really want to know about the team here.
I think Capio is very unique as a coach. I've had the pleasure and displeasure sometimes to work with him now for, I think, 3 years since the start of CGN. Yeah, again, certainly different approach. He's very focused on technical play. He wants to make sure we are always making the right decision, always using the right technique. Even very minute things about shooting techniques. Should you burst? Should you tap? Should you just spray? This is something I've not heard too much about from other coaches. Then also the micro play or even macro decisions in specific situations when it gets down to a 4v4, how do we handle this? So it's way less focused on overall strategic and strat planned stuff. What he does, he tries to develop the players individually so that we all can make the decisions, so we all grow in basically every single aspect of the game. And Sesh does a lot of the analytical work for us. We don't have an analyst specifically, so Sesh does this for us. And on top of this, he can go into more strategy detail. He can search up setups we want to play, maybe we want to see. He gives ideas for rounds or even like small plays we make. So yeah, I would say it's like Capio is the big teacher. He teaches the basics. And Sesh then really goes in and gives like finer things, more detailed rounds or plays we should do.
I love that. I love that you have this like holistic, well-rounded coaching staff. And my last question, again, just about the team in general. I wanted to know how the team was formed initially. Like, where did it start? Did it start with the coach? Did it start with the player? How did you find your individual players? Because there's some really stellar rookies and there's some decent experienced talent on here. So how did this all formulate?
I mean, CGN has a long history now. Capio and me being the only lasting members since the very start. This was basically, we did German tryouts, we needed IGL. I wasn't IGL. He was like, okay, you understand me, you go IGL. I'm like, really not my thing, but okay, sure. That has stuck. And then over the years, I think Element is then now the second longest player in the roster. That was a miracle pickup right before roster lock. We had a chance to trial him, it instantly fit basically, and we took him, and he's been with us ever since. And then Vince was next. We swapped him before Ascension. He came from our academy team that was closed down previously, sadly, but was a really solid player. Last year's Ascension, crazy performance for a young player especially. He's been just solid, crazy. And then Davi we picked up. We lost to him. We pick up the people we lose to. No, Davi overall, nice. Crazy good player, crazy good understanding of the game. Really, really good. And then Angus, we needed a new Sentinel. We were looking, and honestly, again, kind of like Ella, we got lucky. We found him, and in the end it fit, and he's been doing fucking crazy things. So we got lucky a lot. We've been in the game a lot as well, so I think it's fair we got lucky at some point. And the roster we have now, I think, is the best we've ever had. Yeah, I couldn't wish for more.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's on full display. The synergy is clearly there on and off the server as far as I hear. So it's been fantastic to see your guys' journey through the VCL and of course now through the group stages. I'm going to give you the final words before we say goodbye. Is there anything you want to say to your potential future opponents or to your fans or maybe even both?
Oh, for my opponents, I don't think I need to say anything. They know we're crazy. They know we're stupid sometimes. I'm happy. I think we are safe in playoffs, and we'll continue playing our best. Let's see what happens. To the fans, I love that the Frog Army is making it to an international stream. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if that was gonna happen, but I'm pretty sure the chat was spammed a lot then. Yeah, it's crazy to see you guys here. Yeah, I couldn't dream to even be this far. I was thinking of making Ascension, and then now being here and seeing the fans, and I'm sure seeing fans if we make it to Berlin as well. This is the greatest thing I could ask for. Yeah, stay awesome.
Stay awesome indeed. Same goes to you, Benny. I hope you make it to the playoffs to fight it out on home turf. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck, of course, to you and the entire squad in your match tomorrow. But that's it from day 4 of the VCT EMEA Ascension group stage. That's a mouthful. We had so much great matches today in all the days before, and just one singular team, namely the Turkish squad of Pacific, of course, managed to lock their spot in the playoffs thus far. We also, of course, have to say goodbye to some teams. Today it was Barca, and once the Omega stream concludes, if that ever happens, it's going to be either the Ultimates or Saw. We also have to fare well now, so make sure to head on over, of course, there to support the 2 squads, and the cast is bringing you all the action as they're fighting for their lives. It's a lot of drama, but we love to see that. Much more of that, of course, yet to come tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for the 5th and final day of the group stage. Pilski, Sam, thank you both as well so much for letting me pick your brains today. It's been an absolute pleasure and a joy. And for everyone watching, thank you for tuning in. Make sure to join us once more, same time, same place tomorrow. We'll see you there.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
They know how man stay fly, man, I just sat down and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Doing my thing, got the blinders on. Feeling my stack, get high and long. Time is on. I am a bomb. Golden touch, got the minus on. When I don't play, I'm on the way. Beast Mode King Kong coming today. Obstacles try to delay. Crush that, we don't just do okay. Hey, on the way from the game to main stage. I'm about to engage. Raise the price of my wage. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. They don't know how man stay fly, man, I just sat guy and I work rate high. They don't know how man stay lit, man, I just move quick and I stay active. They don't know how man stay boss, man, I pay that cost, long nights on the job. They don't know I'm a pro. They don't know I'm in the zone. In my zone. Yeah, I feel at home. Silence on my phone. Focus on my goals. Whoa.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.